Hey there, I just wanted to give a little disclaimer here before we start the stream. Our streams are meant to be more fun and casual. During our live streams, there might be light swearing, and we also allow other members of the community to come in on some of the streams. In addition to that, occasionally, myself or my guests on the streams may have an alcoholic beverage, so if you're sensitive to that kind of stuff, I'd recommend that you don't watch the live stream. If you're looking for our more serious content, like our installation guides, our how-to videos, all that content does not contain this type of language or content in it. We do the live streams to give us and you guys a chance to interact with us and vice versa, and also hang out and talk with other people in the community. So, with that out of the way, you guys get comfy, and I'll be live here shortly. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? Let's see who we got in the house here. All right. We got WFO Rider, Mr. Butrum, Nadav Mavor, probably said that wrong. Old Curmudgeon, hello there. Hope you're old and curmudgeon-y tonight. Jim, Agitech, well, I guess you don't got anything else going on. So, glad to see you here. Maker Matrix, Greg Gustum. Let's see who else. 3D Medic Vince. Hey, haha. A little dusty, but I have your maker coin here from Murph. Sitting up on my shelf of prints here. Let's see. Trumum, Lee Carson, First Gen Rex. Got a lot of people. Red Light. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Lowell Patton, Buster's Garage, Mike Hutchinson. Man, how many people we got in here? Those are just people chat. We got 39 viewers. Man, who thought a Monday night would be a nice time to do some streaming here? Let's see. God, you guys, I'm just gonna cut off saying who's here. There's so many people. It's awesome. Film Factory, First Gen Rex. I don't know if I already said First Gen Rex. David Crouch, Mike Hutchinson. What's up? How are those Wanhows doing? Did you throw your D9 in the garbage yet? I think I'm thinking of the right Mike. There's a Mike Hutchinson that has a bunch of Wanhows, and oh, the D9. We don't talk about that machine. Let's see. Hey, hi. Kyle Fegley, Edmund 3D, Michael Stewart. Yeah, what's up, everybody? So, I've been procrastinating. I don't even know. Is there a date on here? I'm not sure. I've had this at least since November. I don't know. Oh, this is the right mic. D9 is done. Gone. Good. Our D6 it needs a refresh, and then it's going back into the ABS duties. So, Gene Gamble's here. All right. So, as it said, I am having some drinks tonight. It should be extra fun. I'm finishing off some Apple Jack with ginger ale, which is actually a pretty good combination here. And then I've got some New Glarus Moonman. I should just call this craft printing or something. And then I do want to say, so my arch nemesis and I have settled our differences. Those of you guys who know who Ben Brady is, he was just a guy that him and I had a falling out, and we patched things up. And as a thank you, he actually sent me this because he was like, "I'll buy a beer next time I see you," but he doesn't usually come to the events. So this showed up on Sunday, and it's to keep your beer cold. So I'm gonna be using that tonight once I finish off my other drink. So we'll see how well this this keeps everything cool. So I'm going to put the top back on here, and oh, we're going to snap on. There we go. And it's even got a bottle opener. Look at that. So let's see. Yeah, I've probably had it for about 6 months. So I've also got some new lighting on my auxiliary camera here. So we're going to be trying this out for the first time. So if I switch over to my arm cam, I actually have a light, a little ring light around the actual camera itself. So it should give us some better light is the goal. I also have another one here. If you guys are looking for a cheap 1080 60 FPS webcam, this is by a company called Spedal, Spedal on Amazon. It's a Chinese camera, I'm assuming. So if I switch to this, like, it's smooth. I just got to get a better arm for this, but for a $50 webcam that does 1080 60, fantastic in my opinion, because this is a Logitech Brio, and I've had this for about 2 years, I want to say, and when this dies, I'll probably be getting another one of these, because this one is a $150 camera, and this Spedal brand, whatever this is, it works, and it's $50. So when the Brio dies, I'll replace that with one of these, and the autofocus works better on the $50 camera than this $150 camera. So Logitech, you can suck it. I'm wondering, let's see in chat, should we make this a Discord night? What are we thinking here? We doing it? Anybody want to jump in Discord? I can just reconfigure my audio inputs and outputs and bring people on. I do have a link. Let me get my affiliate link, because if I'm gonna recommend stuff, let's see. I gotta pull up my orders here. There we go. I got it. Oh, and there's a $3 off too, so it's $47. There you go. Boom. 1080p, 60 FPS, cam. Highly recommended. I do want to say I've only had it for about 2 weeks now. So hopefully it'll last long. The Brio's 2 years old. So aside from its USB cable going out and me replacing it. Oh, shit. 1 second. All right, I'm back. I think I'm coming down with a cold, to be completely honest, because I've been... I'm not going to give you too many details. I just think I'm... I think I'm doing a... I think I'm getting a cold. So, just fair warning. Let's see. Let me close out. I got like a bunch of messengers here that are open for our company stuff and personal stuff. Let's just go ahead and close these all out. Did anybody say they want a Discord? No one said anything. Will this can work with Pi? I have no idea. It would be a waste for your Raspberry Pi. Completely honest. It'd be an absolute waste for a Raspberry Pi. Don't use it on a Raspberry Pi. Go buy something cheaper, like the C270. We carry the C270s. They're under $30. And they're great for Pis. Don't waste a nicer camera like this on a Raspberry Pi. Again, it might work. I don't know. I know the Logitechs have really good compatibility with Octoprint. And the thing is, too, this camera might not actually have hardware encoding, and a lot of the Logitechs do, which makes them work well with lower spec systems. So, and if anybody wants what so another story before we get into this. So this ring light, okay, that's not plugged in. I got to run the USB power for it, but I didn't want to run it because I'm getting rid of this like bouncy arm. This is the one that was over here on the left, and you can see like it doesn't hold. I'm replacing this with another Rode PSA 1, which is what this is on, and this Rode PSA is about 4 years old and still works like new. This is on a Rode PSA. They're like $100 for the arms, but you get what you pay for. This is like a $30 one. I will not be buying these anymore. So these will get you by if you can't afford the $100 ones. But after having the nicer arms, I can't keep buying these because they fall apart, and this thing is, like I said, 4 years old. This isn't even a year old, and it's already falling apart. You get what you pay for. This is like the easy board of camera and mic arms. But the ring light anyway, so this ring light on here I paid $17 for. The one on the camera we're using right here, I paid $40. They're the same exact light. So there's just no branding on this one. They're the same light. I took them apart. They're the exact same light. So here, I'll put a link to the ring light too. There you go. So, but oh my God, the difference having a ring light around your webcam makes is it's night and day. No pun intended. I got a fill light on this camera here, as you can see. So I figured let's try these ring lights out, and it's amazing. Like, just even on a basic camera, these will make a huge difference. So let me double check and make sure all my settings are good here. And I do have a little web app I found, or not a web app, but an app. I had to compile it from source. So that was a pain. But I have a C# app that allows me to actually, look at that, adjust my focus really easily on these cameras. So I'm leaving these in manual focus mode. This also works with the $50 camera. And there's a fork of it on my GitHub page. When will the easy boards come in? They're probably about 2 weeks out. Hopefully nothing gets delayed. We can see here with the manual focus, like if I do autofocus here, so I just put into auto mode and I just take a board here. Oh, you can see it's already hunting. But if I put this up to it, is it going to focus? It's trying. It's going all over the place. I look at the sliders. Whereas if I put it in manual focus mode, I can get really close. Look at that. So with a ring light, you can take a decent camera or even a basic camera and make it way better. So anyways, just want to give you guys some updates. You guys know I geek out about this stuff. I'm not a professional streamer. I'm just buying stuff and putting it together and see what works. And when I find a low-cost solution like this little camera, I'm going to tell you guys about it. My only gripe with the Brio is the cost. Now that there's a lower cost option that has better autofocus, so maybe Logitech will fix it. I'm not holding my breath, but yeah. So let's get on with the RepBox. So if I switch over to my TV here, I have the assembly guide up. So I'm going to be like looking up and looking at this, referencing this, probably like turning and looking at it. So they want you to test fit all this stuff, and we're just going to kind of go through here. If you guys want to see the assembly, you can by going on to repkord.dozuki.com. And then I also have Jim from the Edutax video here.
You need to turn this up.
So
and like this.
If I need to see any sort of, visual assistance, I can pull his video up here. I don't think he's going to copyright strike me if I show parts of his video in here. So, I see Jim bought the same silicone mat I have. So, all right, let's switch over. Do you guys want just the arm cam, or do you want my face and the arm cam? Because I'm gonna be sitting like this for most of this stream, and there's really not going to be anything over here. So, did anybody want to do Discord before I dig into this? Because I've got my headphones charged. I can set all that up if you guys really want. Let's see here. All right, I think I'm in Discord. Screw it. I'll jump in Discord. How's that? I need to change my audio output though to my headphones. Video and audio headset. Okay. All right, so I think we're looking good. So if you guys want to join Discord, do I have it on here? Is it on my main? Nope. Apparently I don't have it. I used to have a little text box that said, if you want to join Discord. If you guys do want to join Discord, you can go to discord.th3dstudio.com. And you can find me in the live streams channel. So anything you say in that channel will go to this feed. So it will be public, and everybody will hear you, and it will be on the internet for the rest of your life. All right. Let's see what's in the box. No, I'm not selling the RepBox. Good question, though. Bought this, paid full price. I didn't get any deals on it. I bought this right from Pooch's site, and there's a link to the 2.1. So I've had this for many months, and after December, I guess they released a 2.1, so it looks a little different, but it's the same, essentially the same thing. They just changed the styling up. I was looking at the photos of the new one. So I'm assuming they might have made it a little easier to assemble on the new version, but we'll see. I already have it. All right, so let's get into this. John Mack is in here. Oh yeah, when you guys join Discord, I have to manually unmute you. Make sure you guys have headphones on. I don't want any backfeeding. If you have backfeeding, I'm going to have to mute you or boot you if it gets bad enough. So you should have headphones on. Okay. Okay, see, this is nice. I haven't even opened this box. Like, I think I opened it like once. I was like, oh yeah, looks like everything's in here, and closed it. So there's a bomb packing list. RepBox 2 bomb, so he's verified that everything's in here. We did not get the humidity kit, but Aaron got me a little dehumidifier thing. So I'm going to grab that because it looks the same, like the same one he had. And I guess he got it from Menards for like $5. So this is what I'm going to use inside here to control the humidity. And I'm not quite sure how this magic thing works. I'm assuming it heats up or something. Let's see here. But yeah, if you guys sports A field. I thought I would say sports and field. Anyways, I think he got this from Menards. This model number is SA-XD4-12. And it just looks like this plugs in and somehow lowers the humidity in the box. So I'm going to read that manual, but that's something I'm going to put in here. I don't really think it needs it, but he bought me one. It's not a fish tank heater. So let's see what's in the box. All right. Well, this is just packing material. Okay, well, there's metal bars in here. I had printed... This looks like the same thing, just metal. So we'll see if I'm going to end up using those. Yeah, it's similar thing used in gun safes. That's what Aaron had said. So he might have got it even from Dick's Sporting Goods. That might be more accurate. Okay, so there's this. Oh, this is one. Like a little metal cut arm. These are little plugs here. I like his little barcoding system. He looks like he's super organized. I don't know what auto spool retraction is. I haven't looked at their new stuff in depth. So I'm going to say probably no. Parts pack H vinyl seal. Roller hardware, fasteners, and these are the bearings for the spool rollers. And looks like we have a hinge here. This is a little rough. See if I can get the camera. Where's my camera utility? My camera controller. He's definitely buying larger hinges and cutting them down. I'm gonna probably take like an edge to it and see if I can make it less sharp, but there's the other edge. Look how nice that utility works. Maybe I can just... Oh, there's just some little, like... I don't know where my files are. They're somewhere in the garage. I don't feel like hunting for them, but there's just some little burrs on here that are kind of sharp. I'll take those off. All right. There's nothing in there. Oh, man. There's more. This is definitely the acrylic door. And that's all that's in the box. Oh, I bumped my camera arm. You can see here, like, this arm is way more stable than the old one. There's less jumping around and, yeah. And there goes the box for the rod. Alright, so he's got some U-line corner packers here. I came prepared. The directions said have scissors. Did you get the printed parts? No, I printed mine. Was I supposed to get with you about the kit from the 1440 stream? Ah, then that means the other guy... There's another guy I asked. He had emailed me. His username began with a V, and I couldn't remember if he had the bootloader kit or the ABL kit. Do you remember which one you had? Was the bootloader kit or the ABL kit? I could go back on the stream and see, but yeah, they were supposed to. They're supposed to give out the email for our streams, so I'll have to get with the 1440 maker guys or 1440. I don't even know if they gave away all the stuff, but I'll get with them to verify because I think he was logging all that stuff. So I'd reach out to them and then, yeah. Yeah, I printed those parts a while ago. All right. It's all nicely packed. Smells like MDF. Oh, man. Oh, okay. So this is the front. And I like that he's using, so these are sized so that they fit. This was obviously one piece. Instead of having this all waste material, these are now the spool holders, which is pretty clever and efficient. Oh, but wait, there's more. Oh man, I might not be able to finish this on stream. There's a lot of parts here. There's still more. Oh man. There's supposed to be one box worth of parts. Jesus. Little corner pieces here that need to get, assuming these need to get punched out because they're cut, but they're not fully. It took me 5 hours. I'm not doing a 5-hour stream tonight. That we're not doing. All right, I'm gonna knock these little corner parts out because these look like they were supposed to come off, but they weren't when he packed it. There we go. All right, so let's see. I don't know. It smells like, it looks like MDF. It smells like MDF. It looks like MDF with melamine, like what Printed Solid uses on their enclosures. So that gives you guys a better idea. Got some sort of veneer on it or laminate, whatever you want to call it. Now let's see. Yeah, it tastes like MDF. All right, so they want us to dry fit the parts here. What's wrong with black hands, Jim? I'm just kidding. In case anybody couldn't tell. All right, so they want us to dry fit the parts. So we should have a panel with holes. You know, maybe it would be nice if he labeled all these parts. He does have, you know, here's what I'm going to do. He has them labeled, and I'm going to put sticky notes on all these. All right, so if I go back to his site, I think he had stage 0. Yeah, I have all the printed parts done. Panel identification. All right. So if I go back to TV here, let's start labeling the parts. You know, Jim, there's so many pieces that look similar in here. There's a lot. Like, these all look very similar. These are all the same. These are all exactly the same part. Not even a little bit difference. So these are 2, 4, and 13. And 14 is this one here with the round holes. And we've got, okay. Let's see here. This is like, okay, these are meant to just snap off. Okay. And then we've got 12. 12 is the round hole one. I'm just going to kind of scatter these across my desk. This looks like 15 here. Oh, my hands are getting black. And then we've got 16 and 17. Which are the same. Let's see. This one looks to be 18. I'm just making mental notes at this point. So 20 and 21 are these small little pieces here, which again are the same. I've got these two that I haven't allocated, which looks to be 6, like 6, and 19. So 19 and 6. All right. I'm going to write on the back of these because I'm assuming these are going to be inside. So this looks like 19. This one is 6. And this is 18. And we got 12. You should just label these like I'm doing right now. Now this one, I'm not sure where this goes yet, but this looks to be 15, so I'm just going to make a little 15 in the corner. And then these are 2, 4, and 13. So 2, 4, 13. All right. MMU2 is garbage, so I did not waste my money on that. I have a proper multi-material system called the Palette 2 Pro. That's what I'll be using this with. All right, this is 3. And we got 20 and 21 are these small ones, so 20, 21. Yeah, let me label my parts, okay? And then 16 and 17. So 16. That's black marker, so you're not even going to really notice it. And plus, I'm pretty sure if I just take a cloth and wipe it off, it'll come right off. And then it looks like we've got 2 panels that are exactly the same here. Oh, no, that one's got holes in it. Okay, so this one is 5. Yeah, because this other one's bigger. So this one's 5. All right. And 14. So that's all the big pieces. I've got this one here, so this is 1. All right, let's see if these numbers correspond with his fitment guide here. Let me do this the hard way. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse the more I drink. I've got a whole fridge full of beer, so I've got enough fuel to go for at least 5 or 6 hours. Get real interesting. Okay, so other than being able to verify that you got all the parts, what was the point of him assigning numbers? Because I feel like I just wasted a ton of time. Like, I can, you know, make sense of what is going where here. But what was the point of having all those numbers on that page if you're not going to reference them? Well, let's do a dry fit. So I can infer from the pictures here what we have. So here's the top portion here. I'll switch the camera. You guys can see arm cam. Here's the top portion here. Oh, dude. Okay. This one goes here. I was like, wait. And this does not look like it's directional. The holes look to be in the same positions. Roughly. And then there was that thin one, which was number 3. Question is in his fitment. I guess it doesn't matter because if you flip this over, if you notice in the picture I showed, he's got the white side. Oh, it's not the white side facing up. It looks like he had a cutoff in the picture he's using. All right. And then we're using the back here. We're using this one in the back. Okay. So this one with these little notches here, the notches go down. Go into there. And I'm going to just have that one piece in the front, it looks like, left. Which is the holes, round holes. The round hole one, which is right here. Ooh. Come on. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. This is going to be a long build. All right. Okay, so all my pieces fit together. So that's good. All right, what's the next step? The exit and base panel. Once you decide which panel you want to use as your base, with or without exit holes, you're going to start by attaching the exit panel joint seal to the base. So 12 or 13, 2, and 4 are the same. Okay, exterior exit panel / track guides. Center track guide is 3, that makes sense. Oh, I see what they're doing here. So that's where you can feed in through the bottom. Got it. The question is, how is that? Oh, those must retain the nuts. Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. So these retain the nuts here. Gotcha. So these are modular. These can go in multiple different spots. Because this can also attach on here. So the question is, I'm trying to think of how I'm going to mount. I might... It's going on my Ender 3, so it's probably going to get mounted above the... what's the word I'm looking for? Above the printer here. Let's see here. You know what? I'm going to pull up Jim's video. How's that? Assembling the Repkord box. Let's see. Ads. Well, that's fun. All right. I just realized Discord people need to be unmuted. Kyle Davis, it looks like your mic's wide open, so check that, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. All right, so just want to see Jim jump right into building it. See here.
Bottom and your top panels, these are your side panels, and we're going to be using...
So he's fitting them
on the bottom. Then what we need to do is take our last piece here, and that goes in diagonally. Right
so
there.
Basically, we can put this piece on the top or bottom, depending on where you want to feed it, except I'm not sure...
And we need to...
Where I want to feed. I guess I'd want to have the option to feed out the front.
Pop them all in. And that can be easier said
or
than done,
out
but it's
the
pretty
top.
simple if you do it this way.
I'm not quite sure.
Maybe there's better ways. I know.
I'm not quite sure if I want to feed that all the way out.
A ton of these, so there's probably better.
Like I don't know if I want to
do
feed
this,
it out the top or the bottom because I'm not
by
exactly
myself,
sure where I'm going to be
was the
setting
best
this
way I
right.
found to put this together. Now what we have is a staged RepBox. In the top of the back here, I have holes.
So Jim's feeding his like
in
that.
the bottom of the front, I have the exit holes there.
Except he's got 2 panels with exit holes. I only have 1 panel with exit holes. Yeah, there's no mention of that on here. And I don't think there was when I ordered it, unless I don't know, maybe I missed it. Okay, so got the gasket here.
Of the back here, I have holes, and in the bottom.
This video's in the
front, I have
description
exit
below,
holes
by
there.
the way.
And this completes step 2. So for step number 3, we're going to do the exit and base panel. We're going to grab one of the rear exit panels. It is one of the ones with
all right, so
holes in it here. And we're going to take 3 of our screws, 1, 2,
let me add the
3,
arm cam in
and
here.
put them in there. So this is what you got. Then what we'll do is we'll take parts bag H that has the seal, and we will open the seal up, and you want to stretch it out a couple times like that. So you'll take your seal.
All right, so that's going to go away for you
the
guys
little
for a
plastic
sec.
punches are still in them, so
You
those
can
will
see
need
what
to be
I'm
punched. And if
doing,
you went through
as well as what Jim in
beginning,
the video is doing. Let
part
me
of
rotate
this,
that. There we
you to
go.
do that first. We'll take this and we'll put the holes right through like that, and that'll get the seal on there. And we want the long part, the flappy part, to be hanging off, so you don't want it to be hanging way up here.
All right.
So when you're done, it'll look like this from this side. You'll see,
I hope these are all the same
the
screws.
3 screws, the seal here, and from the back, just like that. Grab the base panel that you've decided to be the front of the box. So in my case, I wanted the holes to be in the front of the box. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our base panel here, and we are going to flip this over, and we're going to push our screws in through those screw holes, and that will sandwich that seal right between the two panels. We're sandwiching the plastic here between the panel we just prepared and our...
Where is this panel going?
And we're gonna put it right there. So we're gonna throw our 3 screws in here just like we did on the other...
Okay, so is this on the bottom of the box then? No, you have the white side up.
Something to keep in mind, that when you do this, it is going to be lower than that floor panel. It's going to be lower here than that back panel. We're going to take 3 screws, go right the wall mount.
Okay, so that's a little flap.
under
Okay, I
and
see
get
that.
screwed
That's
in
what
here.
the seal's for.
So
it's for that diagonal part. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see.
this is going to be the inside, the bottom of the...
So this must just be here for added support. Because I don't see any function that this serves other than being support there. Now, the thing is, I've got these 2 panels that can obviously be put on the top or bottom. So I can put this panel on the top if I want a solid top. Yeah. All right, so I got to figure out where... The question is, am I going to ever be feeding out the top of this box? If I'm setting this box on my shelf over there. That's the question. Because Jim's got his on his bottom, but he also has he's got, his box has 2 of these panels. I do not have 2 of these. I've got a solid one and a regular one. So this being the regular one, the one with the holes, and this being the solid one. So these are same size, so they're interchangeable. The question is here, the picture is showing a solid one and one with holes. But even in the diagram here, they're showing that it's 2. So is that an option? Is this Jim's video? Is that what he linked to? Yep. Admin, I don't know what you're trying to do, but you got timed out for a reason. I told about my dog seeing the vet in 6 hours and I got timed out. You got timed out because you were just typing bored. If it's not entertaining, then just close the browser. The question is, so they got different side panels. Yeah, these are similar options from when I ordered it. So the question is, this is a different, oh, this is 2.1, hang on. Oh, he doesn't have the list. Does he have layout of parts for the 1.5? No. Let's see the build time lapse. What's Joel doing with his? Assuming the acrylic ones, they're the same as the other part. Or this is Pooch at Joel's place. Okay, so his only has the The one panel with the holes. So I think what I'm going to do for maximum compatibility with what I have here, I'm going to assemble it with holes on the front and holes on the top, because I can always plug the top ones out, and I don't see why I would need 2 sets of holes on the very bottom, because I'm not wall mounting. Even if I was, I can just feed it down. So that's what we're going to do. That's the plan of attack. So I'm going to switch back over to the arm cam, and I think I can start making some progress here. I am officially done with my apple jack and ginger ale, so let's see how this works. So you just pop this out. Oh, yeah, look at that, it worked. Oh, Ammon from Hell, I wonder why that sounded familiar. I saw your cue, or your message you left on our live chat. Yes, the versions of firmware ending with like a letter and a number, so U1, R2, A1, or as we get up in the revisions, B1, B2, those have the restore after G28 for the leveling disabled. So, now that I know what the hell I'm doing, no one's going to keep me company in chat or in Discord. See how it is. See how it is, everybody. Okay, so it looks like the ones with the hexagonal patterns are inside. So, and Jim's got his going like this. Okay. So, I see what I need to do here. Are your screws on the... Looks like Jim has his screw heads on the inside. Let's see how his came out finished here.
Five screw holes right here, and we're going to go ahead.
Mute this. So Jim has all the bolts or the nuts on the outside. Jim, that looks terrible. Put the nuts on the inside. Don't be exposing your nuts.
Fun.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Oh yeah, big Repkord guy, big Repkord box guy.
Oh yeah, you like that big? You like that big box?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tell me how you like that box, that big black box.
You know what I like? I liked your big white car today on the video. That was good. I like that.
That's my $2,200 Mercedes.
Dude, I'm so jealous. I love that freaking thing. It's so amazing.
Yeah, my wife hates wagons, but I'm like, I love it.
Oh.
Do you know how much that battery weighed? I took that battery. I've got the new battery sitting on tenders right now, and the car is in the garage. No batteries in it. Somehow, so I was looking. The spare's completely fucked.
There's two batteries, right?
Yeah, both of them are shot. So that was like almost $400 worth of batteries. So that was fun. Because they're all AGM. You can't use sealed lead acid in the Mercedes because their charging system is fiscal. So that was fun. And then trying to find a store that actually carried the batteries. The main battery is a 49 group size, which weighs 68 pounds.
Yeah, they're big. That's a big boy.
It's huge. I was like, my buddy was over. He's like, why is that battery so big? I was like, I have no clue. Ask the Germans. Like,
well, there's a gazillion things in that car that run off that battery.
Oh, I'm well aware. There's a lot of electronics in it. Hopefully they keep working. It's got 188,000 miles on it.
Dude, mine, my first Mercedes wagon, it had over 300,000 miles on it. It was awesome. V6 though, not the V8 one, but
yeah, when he told me V8 all-wheel drive for $2,200 and a wagon, I was like, whoo. Oh man,
you got a smoking deal on that car.
Oh, I know. Blue Book on it's like 6,000.
Yeah,
and that's if you can even find them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man, that's a great deal.
I mean, just like I said, just as a backup car, like, you know, I had That was in my extra play money because I haven't really been buying like anything personally. Like it's all been business stuff, luckily. So my wife's like, well, if you want, she's like, if you think it's a good deal, then sure. I was like, cool. I just want, I like, my parents always had like an extra car, and it took so much stress off. Like when one of the cars go to town, you're like, oh well, we just buy another one. It's so damn old. Like insurance is cheap on it, the registration's cheap on it.
What year is it?
05.
Yeah, see, that's a good year. The ones right after the 2000s were kind of crappy.
It's the W211 chassis.
Yeah, the E500 or
yeah, it's E500, so it's a 5-liter.
Yeah, that's a bad mamma jamma, man, for a wagon.
It moves. It moves. Like I was surprised. Like that's car you can be not, off the line. It's not that quick. But if you're doing like 78 on the highway, you can still pass somebody just by putting your foot to the floor.
Yeah.
Like it just goes. I kind of want to put an exhaust on it.
Well, I was thinking. I've been looking, and they're hard to find, but like a 2010 E, or no, not 2010, but 2010, yeah, E63 wagon. Those are the
the
AMGs.
Ones. Are those AMGs?
Yeah.
Yeah, the AMGs are nasty. You'll pay like those are still like those are too much for me to justify buying.
They are.
They're like $16,000-$17,000 if for like an old, like even older than that. 2010, you're probably paying a pretty.
Well, I bet you that car. What was that car new? That car new was $100,000, I bet.
I think the sticker on it was like 98, which is ridiculous. Yeah. It depreciated that much in 15 years. Like holy shit.
Well, somebody got some time out of it and probably fixed everything that was going to break on it already.
Well, my buddy bought it. God damn it, I'm dropping screws. So my buddy's had it for 9 years. He bought it from like an uncle or something. It's actually a salvage title, and I don't know why it's a salvage title. And I forgot to ask him, but whatever. Everything runs on it. All the electronics work and everything. But he had it for 9 years, and he's a car guy, and he took care of it. So, it's it was a no-brainer. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick it up.
Those are German taxi cabs, man.
Are they? Is that what they use?
Yeah. Yeah, if you ever go to Germany, you land at the airport, that's all you see is E-Series Mercedes lined up.
Oh, like the cars, not the wagons.
Both, actually.
Really? Yeah. I'm actually getting warm in here now. I'll take my... Woo! Taking it off. Woo! See those pasty white arms. Yeah. I was taking my hoodie off. Don't get too excited. No, I like it. I do also like that the parts are not insanely expensive for them compared to like BMW.
Yeah, it's actually not that hard to work on. I can't remember. Does that one have the air system for like the air locks? Like the door locks are all air powered?
I don't think so. It's got air ride.
My first one was
which my buddy just replaced all that 6 months before I got it. All new OEM air ride all around the entire car and a new alternator.
Yeah.
So
that's the shit that goes bad.
Yep, and he's already taken care of it. So
yeah. When I had a 90 something.
Oh, hang on. I gotta switch back over to my screen here. So it looks like we use the corner brackets as feet on this.
Yes.
Oh, yes. You have some. Oh, this is great. I get to bother you directly. See, once I see some pictures, I was like confused. I didn't realize it was that modular with where all the what's the word? Where like the panels can go, but now it makes sense, and now it's just like, okay, I see how it goes together. Let's just send it.
The hardest part is figuring out the bend up piece and the front of it, I think. But once you get that, it's pretty easy.
Oh man.
But there's 6 of those little corner bracket dealies on the bottom.
Have?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I only have one.
Oh. Yeah.
I bought it and I built all the spools, but I've never used it. You gotta try the.
That's probably because you can't get your MM2 to work, right?
But
did you see on the 1440 Maker stream? I asked Shane.
Oh, you disappointed me. Did you see me?
No. Did you see me being like, so the inconsistent extrusion issue?
Did you see my thing? I said, ask Joseph why your pre-built printer was built wrong. Why you built it wrong.
I didn't want to do that to Joe. I was like just seeing if Shane knew like of a quick fix because he worked in their like tech support, right?
Yeah.
But he was not having it, and I wasn't trying to be a dick. I was just like, oh wait, you know, because here's the thing, Joe's the owner. He probably doesn't deal that much in the tech side of stuff in terms of support, you know, much more. Like I still do because I'm more involved and we're a smaller company, but I feel like his company's at the point where he's not dealing with that stuff, and he shouldn't be. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't expect Joe Prusa to be doing tech support for his printers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not that it's like beneath him or anything, but it's just at a certain point you have to rely on your team to do that kind of stuff. And for the most part, I am at that point. But there are certain things that I step in because it's like a little over people's head or it's like a fringe case, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is, well, I guess this is the only one with the gasket, so. Great Lakes Gun PLA says, it's an official live stream. Yes, I've dropped stuff. You are correct. You are a regular here. So these corner brackets are feet. Interesting. I'm curious to see if I'm going to have any issues with these because I printed them in 3D Salutex, like silky type PLA, and layer adhesion isn't always the best with these. And I like have a Hero Me Hodden mount on my Ender 3 that I printed, and it looks gorgeous, but it's definitely developed some cracks. I'm going to try not to over tighten these. But like now that I've visualized it and I can see how all this goes together, it's just a matter of me putting all the stuff in. You know, I'm a very hands-on, like let's just do it person. But if I have an example to work off of, it goes a lot quicker. You know what I mean? Does anybody know if I uncomment BL Touch set 5-volt mode for the Ender 5 Plus? On the stock board you can. Because that is a 5-volt logic board. Sorry, I just realized I was pulling this off of stream so you guys can't see what I am putting screws in. Need a bigger table. So, Lightspeed, did you mute yourself or are you server muted?
I muted myself. I'm in the middle of doing something.
You're in the middle of doing something. What could be more important than talking to me?
I
mean, I'm no Joseph Prusa, but
I'm embarrassed to tell you, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
Are you playing with Ender 3?
No.
Just like in the closet, opening up Creality 3, like, oh fuck, I can't let Tim know. Oh, it's printing better than my MK3. God damn it.
It's my Artemis. It's broken.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep my mouth quiet on that one.
Actually, I'll take it back. The Bondtech extruder, little thing in the that holds the PTFE tube in the top is not working anymore, and I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, I know we have, well, it wasn't mine. I don't know if it's still in the shop, but we had a Rostock 3.2 around here that Aaron traded MK3 for at Murph. And at least the MK3 worked.
Yeah. Well, this is the Bondtech, though. The PTF tube holder on the top is stripped out or something, but I don't know how to change it. Well, how do you fix it if it's stuck in that printed SLA, whatever?
Get in there with some side cutters and clip it off. Oh yeah, hey, look at Aaron's watching. He just said in chat, I'm gonna allow that. The Rostock is ass. I'm gonna move this acrylic panel before I crack it. It's only gonna get worse the more beer I have in me. Just saying. All right, so I got all the feet on. Go to the next part. But I was talking on Jim's stream, he was talking about the roast or the RepBox, and Pooch was in chat. And I'm like, man, I haven't even fucking built mine yet. I'm just looking at the guide. So if you guys see me looking up and, you know, raping my mic apparently, I'm looking up at chat or at the screen. And let me do this. I'm going to put a little text GDI value up here. Add a new source, Discord URL. We're going to add that source. And I'm going to select my font here. Join voice chat. Head to. Apparently, I can't type as efficiently after having a couple of beverages. All right, let's see here. Get all nice and centered here. That's enough. Good enough for government work. There we go. Man, I should be moving along pretty good now here. The question is, he's showing... We have 3 of these little hexagonal panels here. And he's showing one in the rear here. Do I not need one for the top part? I'm just scrolling through the guide here. Let me see what he does. Read the manual. Okay, so I don't need one for the top part. Okay, so I'm... Aside from, like, specifically where the screws go, I shouldn't need to reference this too much more because I've got a visual of where everything's going on here.
Lightspeed. Turns out you can buy that piece that goes on the top. That's giving you issues.
Yeah, but how do you get it out without destroying it? That's the $1 million question.
Why don't you post a picture in the live stream chat? Because like here's the thing, when I got stuff that it's hard to get out like that, what I'll usually do is I'll kind of nip away at it until it falls apart enough to where then I can pull it out. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm assuming it's I'm picturing like the round collar part, right?
Yeah, but it's like pressed into the print. That's it's the SLA.
Like,
what if you heat it up?
Well, the piece that actually goes in there, it's like spreads out a little bit. If you get some side cutters around the top lip of it, you can pop it out.
Yeah.
Then you can replace that piece with a fresh one that the teeth on it are not jacked up.
Well, I have another Bondtech on the other side, so it's dual extrusion, so I think I'm going to try that.
All the Bondtechs. Two gears are better than one.
The Bondtech Mini. Just reuse the parts.
Is the Bondtech Mini actually out from Bondtech, or because I've seen Chinese Bondtech Minis that are not geared?
I just reuse my own and just buy a set of Bondtech gears off Amazon. Hey, I'm running
there's certain things.
I'm running my big Q printer with a clipper, and I'm able to push film at 180 millimeters a second print speed.
Wow.
Without flipping.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
Without ghosting or ringing.
God.
Or under screws or any issues.
You do you, man.
I'm just saying.
I guess I'm old.
Clipper at 180 millimeters a second is nuts. Yeah, apparently the algorithms for Clipper, it doesn't ever stop. It only changes acceleration.
Yeah, the question is, if they have found this magical special print fast, go fast algorithm, it's all open source. Why hasn't it been ported over to Marlin? Like, have you even tried Marlin too?
Well, the problem is the boards don't have the processing power for those
32
algorithms.
bits do. Yeah.
Kind of.
They do. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It's like, no, I'm talking like the actual processor that they choose for the 32-bit boards. Yeah, they're a lot faster than 8-bit, but they actually have the processing power required
I'd like to see. I'd like to, because here's the thing. Marlin barely on our board, anyways. Marlin barely touches 20% of the CPU during a full print with a ton of options on ABL, linear advance, S curve acceleration, junction deviation, all sorts of shit. So you got only 20% of that 120 megahertz ARM core being utilized. So I don't see why they couldn't have room for new features. And that's the whole thing about going to 32-bit over 8-bit is not what it can do now, is the fact that you're ready for whatever new stuff comes down the pipeline in the future, if that makes sense.
Well, Marlin has been implementing a lot of features lately that Clipper has been using, like S-curve acceleration, junction deviation.
Does Clipper finally have ABL support? Because last time I looked at it, they didn't.
Oh, yeah.
That was a while
BL
ago.
Touch support. Yeah, it fully supports BL Touch. It's just a little bit different. You have to. There's no actual math to actually calculate where the probe points will be on the bed, but you just manually enter where you want the prober on the outside. It takes like 5 minutes to figure out.
Yeah, it sounds like they're still focusing on like the raw features before they start making it a little more user friendly.
Well, they did develop what's called OctoClipper, which overhauls the UI of Octoprint.
Yeah, because it kind of runs on the same Pi then, correct? That's what I recall.
It's just like a UI overlay with a whole bunch of extra macros and features and stuff that makes it actually surprisingly painless to set up. Like, all you have to do for the first time is just SSH into your Pi to install all the plugins and stuff and download the GitHub repository, and then compile your firmware. Yeah, repository. I can never say that right.
Respiratory? We got a respiratory infection.
You feel like it after that, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't. But the thing is, no matter how fast your firmware can go, you're still going to be constrained by the physical limitations of plastic going through a tiny hole. You know,
you will be surprised how much faster you can go.
I'm not saying you can't go faster. I'm saying physics dictates that there are limitations of how fast you can slow down. You know, that's the whole thing. Like, I'm not talking about the firmware. I'm talking they can do whatever they want. I can tell Marlin to do whatever the hell I want too. But the laws of physics dictate that, you know, if object in motion stays in motion, so it has to do some deceleration to actually get it to slow down. And they can come up with some algorithms to help, almost like use the motors to feed it back, or not feedback is the right word, but you know what I mean? Like, use the motors to slow it down, kind of almost run them in reverse or put some resistance so it's not
that's the thing. It
oscillating.
doesn't actually ever run the motors in reverse like Marlin does. What it does is it varies how fast the motors actually move.
That's called acceleration, which Marlin has.
It basically only uses acceleration. There is really no deceleration.
There has to be deceleration. That's how it. There has to be something. You can't just tell the motor, "Hey, stop." Like, there's accel and decel, and Marlin has accel and decel values too for, you know, travel moves, print moves, retractions, that kind of stuff.
But just from my experience, just the way it moves,
I'll have to try. Are you using it on an 8-bit board with a Pi? Because that seems to be that was the intended use case.
I'm running right now.
Yeah, that was the intended use case, was take the load off of the 8-bit processor, use it for basic functions like controlling your heaters, reading thermistors, and moving stepper motors, and move all that, offload all those duties to the Raspberry Pi CPU, because it's obviously a lot faster. The only thing, and I'm surprised they're getting as good a performance as they are, because the AVR chips and some of these other 32-bit chips you'll see do a lot of stuff in real time, whereas when you're running, you know, Linux as an OS, you don't have like true real time communication. So there's a lot of workarounds, and basically the reality is the CPU is so fast that it's damn near real time, but it's not actually real time processing like the AVRs do. So
because what it's using on the board is a almost like a RAM buffer, and it loads the pre-processed G code there, which is just all the travel moves and what it needs to do. And
so it has enough time to get everything planned out before it sends it off to the 8-bit one to execute.
Yep, and it just keeps refreshing that block on the actual processor with just new information as it needs it. So
Gotcha.
the 8-bit board really isn't thinking of nothing. It's just taking the raw movement.
Right, it's just doing. It's not doing processing. It's just, turning I/O pins on and off. That's it.
Correct.
That's all it's doing,
And
which is good.
it really, like my one printer I'm running on right now with Marlin, like I had to slow it down to 45, 50 millimeters a second to not have ghosting. Like it's bad. Like,
well, here's the thing: you can tune. The reality is, you can probably make a Marlin-based printer, even on an 8-bit board, print as good as a Clipper 8-bit setup or even some of the 32 bits. But the problem is, you have to tune it, and you're making sacrifices off one feature or speeds or anything.
Which mostly with speed. Like I get top out at 45 millimeters a second and have good print, which sucks. Especially since it's a really big printer. Like it's.
I mean, I run 50 to, or not 50. I usually run 60 to 80 on my machines here with no issues. On like Ender 3, CR10s, that kind of stuff. I am putting those little nuts in here on these brackets. They didn't go in too terribly hard.
Because 45 millimeters a second on the size of printer I have, which is 330 by 330 by 460, kind of sucks.
I mean, that's not terrible. That's not a terribly big machine. Wait, what the hell?
Yeah, but I'm hitting like 80, 90 millimeters a second, and the prints look beautiful. Like no ringing, no ghosting, not any artifact.
Are you actually? Here's the next question, because everybody's like, I printed 100, I printed this. You can set your slicer whatever the hell you want. Doesn't mean your printer's going to actually do it. So before you go around telling people that I'm printing at this speed, have you actually measured what speed it is actually physically moving at? Because I can put in my slicer that I want 300 millimeters a second, but my firmware is going to limit to what the physical limitations of that machine are based on the acceleration values I have given it.
Yeah, I did 3 prints. I did one with my stock speed. One with.
I'm not talking about print times. I'm talking about, have you actually measured it? Like actually physically measured with a tool and doing calculations and timing everything out. Have you actually measured that you're actually doing that speed? Because especially on smaller parts, no matter what you're running or what your printer is, you're never going to get up to full speed because there's not enough physical room for the head to move. And the only reason I'm getting on you about this is because I'm tired of everybody being like, I printed this speed and this speed. I can set my slicer whatever I want. You're still going to be limited by what the printer can actually do. You follow me? So,
yeah. So
that's all I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying basically is, if you're going to say that, have something to back it up. Like, you could even just do something simple as, but a lot of cell phones now these days, you can do slow-mo. Set up a ruler and do a print move and just have the ruler and take a slow-mo and see how fast that travels. Slow down in a certain amount of time. You follow me? It's really easy. It's really easy to demonstrate that, because there's a lot of people that just go, I printed this and that and this, and it's like, okay, well, show me. And you're looking at it, it's like, that's definitely not doing that, because of the fact that, there are constraints with the physical machine, and the firmware's not going to ramp it up, and it depends on what you're printing. If I'm doing straight lines, I can run fast.
Like, for example, like
hang on, there's more people in. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm the only one that has the ability to unmute people. Butram, since you're here, actually, Lightspeed. Oh, you're a moderator. You can server unmute people.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that.
I appreciate it. As appreciates you.
So, for example, like I did a calibration cube, 20 by 20 by 20, right? And according to Simplified 3D, it would take 9 minutes.
I don't care what Simplified 3D says it'll take. Simplified 3D has no fucking clue what a time estimate is.
In 9 minutes, actually.
I'm still saying Simplified 3D has no idea, because it does not know your acceleration values for the machine's firmware. So it's just guessing.
They're insane. Like, I set it to like 10,000 by like 3,000 by something else.
Hey, really quick, Steven. I feel like I only need like 3 of these corner brackets. I have, how many more of these am I gonna need? I I know I printed enough. I might have printed more than enough. I got 2, 4. I got 6 left, and I've got 3 installed on the rear. They're showing 5 in the pictures.
Some of them are for hanging it on the wall, but if you're not going to do that,
Yeah, it says to flip them around the other way if you're hanging on the wall. Which
there's
I'm
6
not.
on the bottom.
I got 6 on the bottom already.
Yeah,
3 on the top.
7.
It's showing 5. I just don't want to make sure, like, because obviously I'm not gonna be able to print new ones. I'm just seeing where else these are used. Are these only used on the back and the bottom? Is that it?
The back and the bottom, and then on the inside, right in front of the door.
There's only 2 of those inside of the door.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have more than enough to put 5 up there. All right. Well, I've got them. I printed them. I'm gonna use them.
Hey Tim, how you doing tonight?
Hey Justin, you must be new here. I don't recognize your name.
I post sporadically, mostly
I see you
questions.
in the live stream chat, or the live stream chat feed, as well as our Discord. Were you already in our Discord before popping into the live stream chat?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Our Discord's popping. I always go in here. I'm like, man, there's a lot of people in here. So, all right. Hey, I don't think this is going to take me 3 hours. I'm moving along pretty quickly now that I know what I'm doing here.
I have a request for you.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You must get a lot of them.
Well, I get a lot of them. That doesn't mean I reply to all of them, but
Undo one button.
You've trapped me.
Request.
You've trapped me.
Yeah, put you on the spot. So the general chat in the Discord has the TH3D help bot that welcomes all the new people.
Yeah.
And if the chat is kind of slow, it kind of gets spammed with everybody that joins.
Oh. Gotcha. Well, maybe people need to talk more.
That's what I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it. Because, I mean, I'd like people to get a little welcome. You know? It's nice.
I've been to other Discords where
you like dump them in another channel and then they have to find their way out.
Yeah.
Should I just create a channel called Purgatory and they're stuck in there for a little while? Shout out to Bondhus though. Bondhus is a brand of these tools I'm using. Certain things I try to spend a little extra money on, and this is the one company that I've actually bought. They're made in the US. America.
What is it? What is that screwdriver set?
This is definitely Chinese, but this is actually good. So these I found are pretty universally about the same quality, but T-handles, don't buy Harbor Freight's T-handles. I buy a decent amount of stuff from Harbor Freight, but their T-handles last me like 2 months. And yes, they have the lifetime warranty, but I don't want to be going exchanging my fucking tools every 3 months. It's not worth my time. You know what I mean?
You want to know a secret?
What's that?
Harbor Freight's having a parking lot sale this weekend.
Well, I just bought like $120 worth of sockets from my garage, so rip.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, my wife got me 2 of the motorcycle dollies that they have, so I'm really excited to get those, but I have to fix my wagon to get out of the garage so I can actually organize stuff. It's a mess right now.
What kind of bike do you have?
I have a 2010 K1300S and a 2004 FC6.
That sounds fun.
The 1300S is taken apart right now because the fuel pump went out, so that was fun. And then I replaced it. One of the gaskets didn't seat, and yeah, it was leaking gas, so I had to take it apart again. That was... But it's all sealed up. I just got to put it back together. I got like an hour of work left on it. It's just been sitting. Not like I can ride it. It's let's see. It's a warm 33 out and raining. Fantastic riding weather.
I have a buddy who turned his 2001 Nighthawk 250 into like a square frame cafe racer.
I like cafe racers. I don't think I'd ever have the time or want to make the time for like a project car, but a project bike seems way more affordable and way more reasonable to set my sights on. I want to do like a, are you familiar with the old 70s, like late 70s Goldwings, the GL1000s?
I'm not big of a bike guy. I know a couple people who have them, but
So they made Honda made their Goldwing series is now like the old man touring bike. But in the 70s they made the GL1000, which was a 4-cylinder 1000cc Boxster motor, and there's supercharger kits out for them.
oh Jesus!
So, and they're relatively inexpensive. You can find them like frames and stuff and motors. And for like, I don't know, $4,000, you could have a little supercharged cafe racer. That sounds just
Are you
insane.
Are you married?
I am.
And your wife doesn't interfere with.
Listen,
with the
choosing
bikes
his
too much?
words carefully.
I know a lot of guys who their wives made them sell their bikes after
No,
too
my
many close calls.
nope. I was like, unless we desperately need the money, like we're gonna need a mortgage payment. The bikes do not go unless I decide. So,
Confidence. There
but
you go.
well, it's also the fact that I've got an awesome wife that isn't trying to dictate every little goddamn aspect of my life. As long as I'm not doing something retarded or being financially irresponsible, there's no reason for her to interfere. I mean, it's sad I didn't get out at all last year on any of the bikes, which is probably why the fuel pump seized up on the one. Because I was like, oh, I'm gonna ride it, so I never put stabilizer or anything in it, and no, the fuel pump ate shit. So, but this year I'm gonna make sure I actually get out and ride. So, yeah. But my wife occasionally rides with me, but mostly it's just me going out, and I'll go find some nice roads that are calm and usually twisty. So, because both the bikes are sport touring, they're fun. But that 1300 scares the shit out of me sometimes. So I'm not even gonna lie. That's a lot of horsepower on a little device.
Yeah, man. Supercharge it.
Fuck no. I'm good. That's the one bike I have a slip-on exhaust, and that's it. I shouldn't say that. It's ECU got remapped, mainly for the slip-on. But I'm not messing with that. It's a BMW, and the maintenance costs are already insanely high on it. So I don't want to give it any more reason to break. They wanted $350 for a new fuel pump.
Ooh.
I did not buy the BMW fuel pump. I went and got an aftermarket one for $80.
Still sounds high.
$80 ain't bad. I mean, you're average. I mean, I could have bought like Joe's discount fuel pump from Amazon from China, but no, there's a company called HFP that they make aftermarket fuel pumps for bikes, and they do a lot of stuff for the BMWs. And I basically went on the BMW bike forums, was like looking and seeing what other people are using, because everybody's like, yeah, I'm not paying $300 for a fucking fuel pump, And it's not even like BMW makes them. They're just Bosch fuel pumps. They're nothing fancy or special. But you gotta pay that.
BMW's making a lot of things these days.
Yeah, I will never buy their cars. Mainly because of maintenance cost. I'm happy. The only luxury brand car I have is an old ass wagon. It's Mercedes that I got super cheap. But I'm actually pleasantly surprised at how affordable the Mercedes parts are. So, yeah. And then Steven, you were, oh, he's not in. Oh yeah, he's in here. Yeah, he was telling me he had a similar car and got like 300,000 miles out of the thing. So, but everybody was like, yeah, it's a pretty reliable motor that's in there. So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna bite at $2,000 for an all-wheel drive wagon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why not? Especially when if I wanted to, I could have turned around and sold it for 4 or 5 at least. But I'd rather have an extra card. Could be the TH3D package mobile.
Tim, what do you think? You think that Bontek's got a warranty on it?
I think most of those companies only warranty their stuff for 30 days. Unless you buy from that TH3D company, they're 90. I'm not even being facetious. You know E3D's warranty is only 30 days unless they recently changed that.
But you don't think that? Well, this is a Bontek, but I mean, that just seems like bullshit. That thing should be worn out already.
Maybe it. I don't know. Maybe it's pissed off it wasn't on a Prusa.
What's funny is when I bought them, I bought 2 of them. I bought 1 for each side for the dual extruder.
And then you don't do any dual printing because it's a pain in the ass, right?
I know. Yeah, because it sucks.
Do you know how many
It is
printers
not
I have
good
here that
dual extruder.
that are like ready for that like have dual hot ends? I never do dual colors because like I've got prints sitting on my shelf here that are dual, but it's more of a novelty, and the only functional way I could see a case for dual extrusion is like doing soluble supports for like really complex stuff.
Yeah.
Which I don't do a ton of, so it's like
Artemis just doesn't do a good job.
what? Are you on dial-up?
I mean, some people do really good with what? Oh, am I chopping?
Oh, you're chopping. You're like a lumberjack over here.
I'm gonna restart.
Reboot.
I think
You know, if you used a Mac, you wouldn't have to reboot.
I've seen some projects with similar to doing water soluble supports, but you do mixed material support.
Yeah, so you only use a little bit, and it breaks away because the PVA is not cheap.
Yeah, it's like liquid gold that you just throw away.
Yeah. No. I think Prusa Slicer supports that. I think so does the palette. So the next phase of this project is now that I have this built. Well, we'll have this built. Where's my little? I'm sitting here screwing this in like a peasant. Where's my motorized drive?
I'm kind of surprised that the palette will be able to do the mixed material because the whole idea is they don't stick together.
Well, no. The idea is not that they don't stick together. The idea is that it melts away when you put it in water.
No, I'm not talking about PVA. I'm talking about mixed material.
What do you? I'm so confused right now.
Where you say you're putting a part out of PLA, for example, right?
Right.
You can use PETG as the support material since the temperature differential is high enough.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I was talking about using using the support material only directly between where the parts contact, and then the rest is whatever your other print material is. So if you're doing PLA, yeah, if you're doing PLA
up to and then have a support interface.
Right. So it doesn't matter that the rest of the supports are PLA because once that one layer dissolves, it all just comes apart.
I forgot about that one too. I've seen where people do like either IDEX or like a solenoid base where it has 2 heads that this part. One will be like running the PLA, and then there will be having PETG. And they basically will print, and they have a like 2 or 3 solid support roofs with very sparse support.
Right. So the idea is conserve. Like PLA is cheap in comparison, so use your PLA. Like if it's a PLA print, PVA would be the complementing support material, and your support materials are based on what they dissolve in and print temp. So like I think ABS is complementing support materials, like begins with H, I think. Jeez, someone help me out here. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's one that's good for ABS, but you dissolve it in. It's not water soluble. It's a chemical it actually dissolves in.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know what you're talking about. I heard about that one.
Someone's gonna say it in chat.
Looks like there's a company that sells ABS. It's called Hydrofill.
That's the one.
No, it's not hydrofill. It's like an actual term. It's an actual term. Like an actual like material type. It's not like a brand name. There's a material type like PVA.
I know what dissolves it. It's limonene that'll dissolve it, but I can't remember.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
It's like, is it PVB?
No, it's not PVB. And it's material that you can actually print with
Yeah,
It's
it's
gonna-
just fine to print with, and it'll only dissolve under limonene.
Yeah, limonene. You know, I thought your voice was gonna be way higher pitched than it is. I feel
No.
like you'd be like,
My name's Rachel.
Yes.
Is it hips?
yes, hips. Yeah. There you go. Bam.
Yeah, those hips don't lie.
But
I know Ziltech sells hips.
yeah. Is it for senior citizens or?
Yeah.
I didn't know they were getting into the prosthetic market.
They don't sell walkers, but they sell hips.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one
Yeah.
proposition where you have like supports that are like 5%, but then you have the top, you use a roof of a different temperature filament, where basically it's like only like one layer thickness to an actual printed part.
It's a neat idea,
And, like-
but you can get. I have definitely printed parts with, or like prints, whatever you want to call them. I printed stuff with PETG and PLA and will bond pretty damn strong. So you gotta be careful. I can see like ABS, because there's it shrinks and there's that big temperature difference.
Yeah, ABS support, so that'd be fun.
We print a ton of ABS here. Like we go through probably 35, 40 rolls a month.
Quite a few.
Just a bit.
I usually don't buy like those 5 kilogram spools with it.
I don't buy the 5 kilos because they don't fit on anything. I've got 4 55-gallon trash bags filled with spools, empty spools, sitting in my basement. Because Aaron has this idea of, here's how I explain it to me. You know how auto repair shops, like small ones, usually have the tire man out front? Well, I want to have the spool man.
Well, I've seen this. I know there's a few filament companies in the U.S. now
Yeah.
that they'll actually will take spools in and reuse them for their.
Well, yeah, because
their-
there's usually nothing wrong with the
discount.
spools, and those are like $1 or $2. They're not cheap. Like, they get injection molded, and they don't
Yeah, you just
cost
send them
nothing.
back to them and you get a discount on your next spools.
Well, yeah. Has
That
anybody
makes sense.
has anybody seen or heard anything from that god awful company that like tried rebooting itself 5 different times called Maker Geeks? Any of you guys remember Maker Geeks?
I'm a Maker Geeks.
What?
I remember them.
Oh, I thought you said
they're-
I'm Maker Geeks. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're one of those companies that grew too fast. Like, that's one of the reasons we don't like just like full send and order a shit ton of inventory, because if we do that, like, I'm not saying we're like artificially limiting stock, but one of the reasons I don't want to order a shit ton of stuff other than possibly getting stuck with it if like market demand changes or something, is the fact that if I go like, yeah, let's just go, full force on this thing and
I don't think your
clear out a
market
big
demand
order,
will-
but they
Well, I
grew
don't
too
feel like they're-
fast and couldn't keep up with demand, and then their product and customer service went to shit because they couldn't scale.
Well, I feel like your business model makes a lot of sense because when
no.
I don't think Chinese are ever gonna stop making shitty printers.
Oh, they're
That need to
not.
be
They're
fixed.
not. So, I mean,
So
They're-
they're
they're-
always gonna need a company that sells quality
but
parts. to
I'm
fix
also
them.
never. I mean, I'm lucky. I don't really give a shit about making a ton of money because, like, there was one guy that was like, "Yeah, Tim's a millionaire. He doesn't need any more business." Like, if I was a millionaire, I wouldn't be doing support tickets anymore. I'd be paying somebody else to do it. So the moment I'm no longer ever talking to customers, then you'll know that I've made it. Because I'll be off enjoying not working.
There's
That'll probably only last for a
There's
short
an-
period of time because I'm a workaholic. Let's just be honest.
There's a online e-commerce store that sells drone parts and drone related stuff.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't get killed by the fucking feds.
Uh,
Do you hear about
yeah,
all that?
that's a good possibility. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
following
it pisses
closely.
me off. It pisses me off. They fuck with as soon as people find something they like, they're like, how can we fuck with it? How can we fuck with it? No, you can't fly drones. You can't have any good e-juice flavors for your nicotine devices.
Only tobacco flavor.
Think of the children. Think of the children. I'm sorry, I totally derailed that conversation. Carry on, I'm sorry.
I'm actually trying to pull it up.
Hang on, I gotta... Wait, is my own... Mac can unmute your... Mac, you can unmute yourself. You work for us. You have mod privileges in our company server.
I'm working on
Thank
it.
you.
I was like, wait, Mac? I was like, wait, that's Mac. That's our guy. That's our tech support. Well, most of our tech support. You and Tor share that burden.
Does he do it on Windows though?
What?
Does Mac work on Windows?
Oh, hi! You can't keep one-upping me on all these dad jokes on my own fucking channel. I'm gonna boot you. I can't even right now. I will roll my disclaimer one more time because we probably have people that haven't seen it. I'm just trying to cover my ass here. Hang on. Hey there, I just wanted to give a little disclaimer here before we start the stream. Our streams are meant to be more fun and casual. During our live streams, there might be light swearing, and we also allow other members of the community come in on some of the streams. In addition to that, occasionally, myself or my guests on the streams may have an alcoholic beverage, so if you're sensitive to that kind of stuff, I'd recommend that you don't watch the live stream. If you're looking for our more serious content, like our installation guides, our how-to videos, all that content does not contain this type of language or content in it. We do the live streams to give us and you guys a chance to interact with us and vice versa, and also hang out and talk with other people in the community. So, with that out of the way, you guys get comfy, and I'll be live here shortly. And we're back. So what were we saying, Daniel, about the LCD? I know, and I know 1 million people are going to be asking about it now because Teaching Tech did a video on it. So everybody's going to be going nuts.
I was just kind of curious that, since it is open source,
God.
if you...
Oh, God, you're still clipping your mic. Oh, God. You're like...
This stupid mic. I'm sorry, man. This mic sucks.
Do I need to get you a new mic? I probably have some laying around here I could send you.
Well, how do you take it out of your mouth?
It sounds like you're like just going to town on it. I don't know how else to explain it. So you're saying, yeah, because it's open source. That's the only reason I bought it was because like, oh, holy crap, we got a touchscreen that's open source. Because it's never been a question of is the hardware capable on these other ones. The issue is the software sucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah, is this mic better?
I wanted to know more about the Duet 3, and it seems like their software and touchscreen looks pretty good.
Well, because you got to remember they have they're managing everything from start to finish. So I would expect that they have a good user experience because they're ensuring that everything works correctly.
What I
You
don't
know what I mean?
understand, right?
Yeah.
Is those screens, they're running a 32-bit microprocessor, right? Basically the same one that's on their printer board.
No, it's not.
Right?
You want to hear something hilarious? The processor on their LCD screens is way more powerful than their one that's controlling their entire printer board.
Yeah. So why are they not just like why don't they just make, say, for example, like a 5-inch touchscreen with a 3D printer, like main board slapped to the back of it, on the back side where you have all your steppers and I/O. And just have
That crappy company Feistek did something like that.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Yeah, Feistek did it, so you can probably assume how that went. Like, okay, so
Hot garbage.
Big Tree Tech, I really want to like their stuff because they are doing some cool things. However, oh wait, I meant to put these. Oh yeah, I want these coming out the top. Okay, I was like, wait. So, however, if they just focused a little bit more on pre-testing their stuff and using a little bit better parts, then their products wouldn't be as bad. Which I'll be honest would be bad for us, but they're not gonna do that. At least not for a while. Maybe they need to get burned a few more times. But until consumers are willing to pay a little bit more, and the sad part is the majority of people are looking for the cheapest thing. But they have a lot of good ideas, and I feel like a lot of it's hindered by them trying to meet these insanely low prices. Just making sure I did this.
Obviously, like important parts they have to keep out on.
Did I put this on upside down? I think I put the hinge on upside down. It is really hard to see it in these pictures.
Like one board I'm really excited about that they're going to be releasing.
Yeah, I did
They
upside
have
down.
released is they released a tool change board actually recently.
Yeah, I saw they kind of like copied like the. Is that a knockoff of the Duet 3?
That's what I'm getting a feel from. It's like a budget or
Well, because they're using the SAM E. I think they're using the same Atmel SAM E chip for the processor. Is what it looked like. I saw pictures. I think I know which one you're talking about because it's like got a big ribbon cable expansion header.
Or something.
Yeah. So but the only thing is like. The thing I don't like about them is that they'll put hardware out and they won't make sure the software is working correctly. So what happens is it gets dumped on usually the Marlin developers, and you can see that if you go to the issue queues, and it's just littered with Big Tree Tech problems. But you go there and you search for TH3 to EasyBoard. I think there's like one thing, and I chimed in and was like, hey, contact us. And, it's like they're putting out the hardware, and they're basically leaning on the community to do the software. And the reality is they're a company. They're making money no matter how much they're charging. They're making money off of that. And I don't know. It's kind of like they do contribute to a little bit to Marlin Monthly. We also do, though. But the thing is, like, why can't their own engineers just take some time and get the stuff working before they sell it?
They're probably just not familiar enough with actual.
Well, then they shouldn't. They have no business selling it then.
If it's good enough to work, it's good enough to sell.
And the definitions of work that they have and what I have are vastly different.
No. The definition of what they think works and what the salesman definition think works is vastly different. We have the same issue at work.
Yeah.
Crowd-based beta testing.
And you're like, oh yeah, the software will do this, this, and this, and they get it like, All right, hang on. Let's move on to this. So I gotta put that on there. What are we doing? Is there any piece of wood that goes over this one? There's not. So that's correct.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. I want to check out the GitHub page for the GTR. So I know it's out. I wonder how many issues there is.
Yeah, I saw some posts about it, I think on the tweeters. People were twatting about it.
Take a look at it.
Okay, so this has 4 bolts. 4 bolts.
Okay.
Tim, do you keep up with Louis Rossman?
Oh, he is Bay. Lewis is Bay.
What do you think about his recent videos of Right to Repair?
I think I'm really pissed off that CompTIA of all fucking places is opposing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that and I was like,
Did you watch the trials he went to? Like, they're hilarious. Like, the big companies, like, their excuses are a bunch of BS.
You can say it. You can say
And the
bullshit.
actual
I don't care
people-
if this gets demonetized. I put the disclaimer out.
Yeah, and the people that like are actually passionate about right to repair, like their reasons make so much sense. And somebody like trying to scramble to cover the asses of the big
Well,
companies.
they're coming out with all this bullshit, all the bullshit answers. It's like here's really fucked up. I probably won't be getting a new car for a while, or a newer car, because my wife drives she's got the newest car out of all of us. She's got a 2016 Ford Escape. There's not much I can actually work on that aside from general routine replacements like brakes and oil changes and stuff, because there's so much shit buried in that car, and they make stuff hard to get to that shouldn't be hard to get to. And I'm sure there's people like, well, they're just making it smaller and more compact, and it's like they're making it harder to work on. I'm sorry, I don't trust the dealerships to do shit on my cars. I would rather do it myself, because 1, it's cheaper, and 2, I know exactly what was done to it. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten a car back from like a warranty repair or something, that's usually the only time I'll take it to a dealer, is like there's shit that's just half-assed, you know? And then if something fucks up and you don't catch it, they're going to push it off on you. You know, like...
Yeah,
That's why I won't buy a Tesla. I'll never buy a Tesla until they actually make it so you can buy... you can actually buy parts. Like, it's bullshit that they won't sell parts to customers that have their vehicles. Like, I don't know if you guys know that, but if you have a Tesla, you can't go and buy parts from it, even if you have a car from them. And proof.
Yeah, Rich Rebuilds is
Rich Reviews is another one I watch. Yep. After watching his videos, I will never buy a Tesla. Ever.
Yeah,
Never.
He's been battling Tesla, and he had to open up the electrified garage just so he had something. And his constant having to buy totaled out Teslas just to try and get reman parts is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're like the Apple of vehicles. Look at Apple and all stuff Louis Rossmann deals with like their fucking the PP bus. What is that? Is it the PP bus that there's that chip that they won't sell to anyone? Some sort of battery charging chip.
Yeah, he's got to buy
a battery pack. Yep.
Charger. Yeah.
That's $100 for a fucking battery charger. Like, it's bullshit. And they're like, well, think of the security and all this other stuff. No, this all has to do with you guys not wanting people to have control over their devices. You know what I mean?
Everything the government wants to control now, and we just get to sit back and enjoy the ride is how they...
Well, and the other thing is, that the sad part is, people like myself and, you know, I'm sure a lot of the people in this Discord and people on our channel watching this stuff who actually do their own repairs on stuff, we're the minority, guys. The general population doesn't give a shit about fixing their stuff because they don't want to learn. They just want to take it somewhere and not have to worry about it. So they're not going to get all up in arms. The majority of people are not going to get all up in arms until they get royally fucked in the ass. And by the time they get fucked in the ass, it's going to be too late to do anything about it. Like, that's why we need, as makers and people that care about repairing our own shit, we need to make noise now before it becomes a huge issue.
Agreed. By the way, am I no longer mouth-sexing the mic?
What was that? Sorry. Butrum? Is it Butrum or Buttram?
Buttram.
But.
Yeah. I watched, there's some documentaries about Cuba.
Yeah.
And with the whole embargo thing. And like, they're using cars that were built in, you know, the 40s and the 50s. Yeah. And they've just had to figure out how to fix them. Yeah. With like zero raw material. Like, they were making like brake pads out of, you know, ground up, pressed together, whatever the hell they could find.
Yeah, well, and
I mean, everything in Cuba, like, they had to fix it themselves. Like, there was no, you know, there's no buying a new fan or no buying a new car because they couldn't get them there.
I can't remember what it was. There was something. Hang on. I'm using my face to hold this up. Maybe like a third hand. I fixed something today, or not today, the other day, that I was like, you know, if I was just any other person, and like, it took me like an hour, and it was like, it was a $20 part or something, or a product. It was a cheap product, and I'm like, you know, anyone else would have just thrown it out and bought a new one, and I could have done that, but I don't. I get the satisfaction of fixing things. Like, that's why I got into all of these making projects and printers and electronics. Like, I want to know how things work, and I want to be able to maintain my own stuff.
Yeah, my wife looks at me funny when I say I can fix something, and I'm like, I'm gonna at least try.
My wife likes
the tools to do it.
My wife likes that I can fix stuff. That was one of their things she really likes about me, is that, and she'll go to me like there's stuff, and like I'll just start tearing into something. And she's like, "How do you even know how to do that?" I was like, "I don't. I'm figuring it out though." You know, like I've never worked on you know this Mercedes wagon before. Or even I've never taken my bike apart as far as I did but it's like I'm gonna watch videos, and I'm gonna just look at things, and I'm gonna take it apart and see if I can figure it out. You know, like I might break stuff, and I might end up costing me a little more money, but guess what? I'm only gonna break it once. You know, and I'm gonna learn from that experience. Like you can't take every time you screw something up when you're trying to fix it as like, I'm never touching it again, I failed. No, it's a learning experience. Like, go ahead, break shit. Like, I used to take VCRs apart all the time. I remember one time I took the family VCR apart. It didn't go too well. but I got really good at fixing VCRs and cleaning the heads back in the days. For those you youngins, this was before those newfangled Blu-ray and DVDs. Okay.
And sadly, those are starting to become old technology.
I know. I have some Blu-rays. Like I've got a couple Blu-ray players here, but I've got everything either on streaming or like Plex.
You know what's sad? Before I started my current job, I liked building things, but now
Do you build
I
things?
fix electronics.
Yes.
Well,
So
yeah,
now,
I
so now
fix
you don't enjoy it,
electronics.
right?
It's not that I don't enjoy it. It's just that come home and it's like, oh, I guess I'm gonna fix electronics again.
Yeah, it's like when I worked in
Hours
IT.
doing that.
When I worked in IT, I barely did anything at home. It's. I mean, so here's the thing. I haven't got to that point with the printers yet, but there's a saying that goes. It's like the quickest way to hate a hobby is to find someone to pay you to do it.
Yeah.
So I haven't reached that point yet with the printers, luckily. But I'm sure there'll be a day where I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. But I don't know. But that's the reality. You do get burnt out. You gotta vary it, which is why this year I'm gonna actually go take my motorcycles out. I'm not gonna just let them sit, because I need to do something else other than play with printers. You know what I mean?
If you ever want to venture back into Illinois, which I know you've escaped from, come on down the Illinois Valley area and we'll go for a ride.
Where's that about? Got a town to reference?
About 100 miles south of Chicago. You know where LaSalle, Peru is by chance?
I know where Peru is, yeah.
Okay, I'm about 15 minutes south of Peru.
Okay. A good little hike.
Yeah, if you know where Starved Rock's at.
Oh, I love Starved Rock.
20 minutes from the rock.
I love Starved Rock. Such a nice place to go ride and even just drive.
Yeah, it's fun to get out there on 71 and kind of shoot through the curves of the rock on a bike.
Yeah.
About 3 years ago was my first time through there. It was a lot of fun. And then over the last couple of years, I've been buddies who've been starting to get into riding. I'm like, all right, ready for the challenge? And they're like, what? And we go out there and hit it, and they have a lot of fun. It's a good place to ride.
I had, there was this, it was kind of a douchey group of people, but there was like this Chicagoland sport bike group that I was on Facebook, and you'd always get these guys that think they're hot shit just because they got a fast bike, and then you take them into some turns, and they just lose their shit.
Yeah, I can say that the group of guys that I ride with, for the most part, I try to ride with a group of guys that just want to enjoy the ride. I mean, if we hit an open stretch of road and you forget to let up on the throttle for a couple miles, as long as you can see and there's nobody there, so be it.
Yeah.
But I try not to do stupid stuff in town or.
Yeah, you gotta be respectful. You gotta know when you can and when you can't. Have a little extra fun. So. But like there'd be guys like on like when they went out and they only riding for a year and they went and bought a brand new like S1000 double R. They got a Hayabusa. It's like, yeah, you're gonna wreck that this season.
Season. I live in Louisiana. There is no season. People ride year long, like year round.
So if I could deal with the heat, I wanted to go down to Texas, but I get very grumpy. People think I'm a dick now. Put me in some 90-degree weather with no air conditioning.
Oh, we got air conditioning down here.
Oh, you guys got that technology down there now?
Yeah.
Down in the south?
That came shortly after we figured out how to not get bit by tick.
Oh, okay. Oh man. All right. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've sped on my bike. Oh, are these fucking nuts gonna spin in here?
Tim, I just tuned in. What are you building?
A RepBox.
But is the blueprinting part like something you're upgrading it with, or is it?
No, I printed my own parts here, but this nut did not stay in the capture here. So that's fun. See if I can get the other one in. I can always reprint it later.
It's funny that you mentioned that AC. I was in a lunch place the other day, and the building.
Hang on.
So the building was constructed back when there wasn't AC, but they still had the windows around the top. So they would open the windows. There was 4 of them, 2 on each side, and that was the AC. Just a draft blowing through the top with a huge, like, it's all enclosed now, but the front used to be like an open. I don't even know what that's called. An open shop, but it was a lunch place. Pretty interesting. Had all the original cypress wood siding.
All these other parts were going together so nicely.
You're out of frame, by the way.
Yeah, I keep going on from here. I'm just gonna pull over, but then you guys get crotch cam if I pull the camera forward.
So this thing's like humidity. You can put a little humidity sensor. Kind of a cool little box.
Oh my god! I'm just gonna break this part. I'll reprint it. Fuck.
This is the one we saw.
I was counting on being able to break this. This is like a silk element, but it is not having it. It is not having it. I'm just gonna reprint this. Have this color anymore.
It's a little CA glue and a tap.
I could, but the problem is they're spinning, and I can't exactly get like anything in here to grab these nuts. Yeah, it'd be funnier if I wasn't kind of frustrated right now.
Hey man, it's just a learning experience.
It is. You can still be frustrated by learning experience.
So, did you work for an IT company or did you make your own IT company?
So I worked for an MSP for a number of years, and is my bit rounding off or is it screwed up? It's the bit.
You were in a kiosk. Were you a kiosk guy?
No. I worked for an MSP, which is a managed service provider. Basically, like a company you can hire to do your IT services to outsource them. Like, well, still not, going to India. And did that for about 5 or 6 years, and then I ended up going and working for a trucking company in Illinois, and took over all their operations. So
you did a lot of tablets.
Yeah, I actually did all the driver tablets you got.
Yeah, we're looking at doing that now too for our trucks.
Oh, they're a pain in the ass.
I explicitly said I'm gonna have no part of that, and they were like, "Well,
yeah."
you're
And then get
the
this,
guy.
the owner of the company, got suckered in by one of the sales guys at Verizon, and then sold him a bunch of tablets that were garbage. And then guess who had to deal with those piece of shit tablets? Me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he got an earful for a while after that. Like, I told them if you're just like, you guys buy anything that's not, that I haven't gone and vetted or approved, like I'm not dealing with it. You can have the company that sold you deal with it. Because it was such a clusterfuck.
And it's all in the aim to save like $4,000 a month from outsourcing that. I mean, $4,000 a year. Excuse me.
Yes.
Because there are companies, specifically the privatized ambulances, that they are now renting their services as like, you pay us monthly, we give you the tablets and our software. But if you want it cheaper, you do that yourself with like an open source GPS tracker and logger, and you buy your own tablets. Guess who's not dealing with those tablets? This guy. I'm not dealing with those.
Yeah. I wonder if this broke because, like, did I get 2 defective nuts or did I cross-thread these?
Where'd you buy your nuts?
This came with a kit.
Cheap nuts.
Yeah, it could be that.
So many when I was building my RepBox.
Yeah, but they went in flat. They went into the part flat, which I was surprised that they. But I have gotten.
I think it's like the screw hole is like if you don't widen it up, like I said, like I was in the chat earlier, I said if you drill them out like bigger than the screw hole, like screw size, then the screw can move a little bit and line up with that hole.
Yeah, this definitely.
It wasn't.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, like I said, I spent like 3 hours just screwing around with the brackets because I probably printed them very poorly, but once I realized I should just drill out the screw hole and then the screw can kind of move around and get not
this one is now stuck in here. This one doesn't look like it cross-threaded though. I think I just got a bad spot either on the screw or the nut. This other one, because usually if you cross-thread, it's only going to go on a couple of threads, but this one was on a lot. Unless I got a screw with a... Yeah, this nut's fucked up, because this will not go on this screw. And this one stopped, but what happened is I should have done those by hand, because then I could at least feel that that little handheld drill thing isn't that powerful, but it does have enough torque to crack the part, which it did. So I'm going to set that off to the side. I'm just going to leave this one in here because I can always put this handle on after it's all assembled. You know what I mean?
Yep. I ended up just buying I bought like the humidistat separate off Amazon and put my own on. And I also bought like
Aaron bought one. I showed it. It's like one for a gun case type setup.
Yeah.
It's right here. I'm showing on stream. See in a couple seconds. I have this stream set for low latency, so you guys should see it pretty quick.
I wasn't watching.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. It's only like 5 seconds delay.
What is that?
It's a dehumidifying bar deal thing. Okay, the question is, where does this... I've got one more piece here. I've got these 2 little ones. I wonder if these are for the spools.
You're just going to have to cut that bolt off.
That's what I'm thinking. I got a Dremel in the shop I can grab. Get the cutting wheel out. It is
that one that's got the 2 slots, I think that goes on the bottom as a brace.
Okay, so now I'm doing the side panels. How long have we been streaming for? Anybody got a timestamp? I don't see it on my screen. It's weird.
2 hours.
2 hours, 12 minutes, 37 seconds.
56 milliseconds.
Yeah, like, because of how I printed these. A little bit of elephant's foot here.
So, Tim, is this your first time experiencing one of these, or?
Yes. Okay. Remember what I was saying earlier about repairing your, like, doing your own stuff and, like, screw something up? Well, I screwed up that printed part, and now I got a stuck screw, so that's my penalty. I won't do that again if I ever build another one of these.
I have 3 brackets with screws stuck in them from when I built mine. No joke. I printed 4 extra brackets, thankfully.
I think I printed extra quarter breakers. I think I got 2. I mean, tolerance-wise, they're decent. They're not terrible. The fact that he's got to account for the fact that he's got to account for like a million different setups and machines, he did pretty damn good. You know what I mean, especially if you're printing your own parts. I only wanted like
instructions. It tells you to how to print, or like you need to check this with your printer before you start.
Yeah, I didn't do any of that, but I printed. I think I did these on my Ender 3 Pro with like all our upgrades and shit, which I know it's like really well dialed in. It's like my main. It's like my go-to machine for in here if I'm doing anything. Either that or my Easy 300 prototype I have here. So, all things considered, I didn't crack the acrylic, and I only got 1 screw stuck. So.
Oh, you just jinxed yourself.
You're still doing better than I did. So.
You should kick your handle off on the Ender 3 while you're doing the rest of it.
Ender 3 is not even hooked up. Although my damn it, my 300's hooked up, but I've got a testing build of Marlin on it right now because I was using that to test the offset issue.
Oh gosh.
So I don't know if I could flash that real quick because my CR10 works, but that's a 0.6 nozzle, and that's I don't want to be dealing with figuring out tolerances on that. All right. Alright, that one's in. Let me, oh, Jim popped in, now he's heading back out. Alright, actually, I'm just gonna flash my U1 R2 build that I know works on it. So, actually, I think I was smart and I saved the firmware I was running on my D drive here.
Are you still able to like save a hex file for the Unified 1?
Yeah.
Just flash a hex?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, I haven't flashed Arduino
Easy
stuff.
300 11X, let me see what version this is. U1 R2.
Gentlemen, have a
A2.
wonderful evening. I'm going to venture off to bed. It's 9:45 and 4 a.m. gets here pretty quick.
All right. Fair enough.
Have a good night.
Take it easy, man. I think I should be good. Yeah, U1 R2 A2. Okay, so that's my latest. Let me load up Arduino. I'll show you guys how it's done. I don't have to worry about my stream choking out like with Platform IO because Arduino's single core compile or single thread. So rip. So I have on mine, if I just uncomment this one line, Tim Easy 300, go to sketch export compiled binary, and then I will spit out a binary file, which I can then upload to my printer over Octoprint. Wrench, go to firmware updater, browse. I don't know what folder it's going to open it, so I'm going to make sure people don't see my. Maybe I'll open my Tim's nude folders, and I can't give that away for free. Tim got to pay. All right.
We got to be on Twitch for that.
Yeah. There was I was screwing around on my just I'm gonna plug my own channel here. If you guys want to see more of me for some godforsaken reason, I have a personal channel set up now, and anything that doesn't fall into stuff that could be related to 3D printing will be on that channel. And last night I was streaming CS:GO Danger Zone after a couple of beers, so that was very fun.
I was watching you bounce your drone around in the grass.
I'm waiting for it to get warmer so I can bounce it around again.
What kind of drone do you have?
It's like a Hodgepodge 250.
I used to race drones. You got too expensive.
I've got a Mavic Pro.
Ah.
That's the easy drone.
It's fun.
Have you range tested it yet?
I've had it out pretty high, and I don't know without pulling it up what my max distance has been.
I got GPS on mine now. I got that all set up.
Tim, you should make a 3D printing drone. 3D prints while you fly.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Just throw a little like 50 by 50 by 50 build area on there with a tiny little stepper.
That's a great idea. That'd be cool. Fly
Yeah,
it over Murph.
That way you can manufacture and deliver at the same time.
Okay. So yeah, if you guys ever wonder what that configuration _th3d file is, if the explanation of the file wasn't clear, this is where I store all my machine configs. So when I need to flash one of my printers, I literally uncomment one line. And then if you look down in the file, it just sets all of my settings. And here's a little Easter egg. This isn't a documented feature in our firmware, but if you don't want to have cold extrusion prevention on, just add define no cold prevent and it disables it, because I don't have that on any of my machines. I have that on for the public release because people do a lot of stupid stuff with their hot and not heated, and I don't want to be getting a million emails about, well, I told it to extrude to 100 millimeters and it just ground through the filament because my hot wasn't on. Alright, so now I'm flashing the firmware and then I'll be able to print that handle. I just need to get the files, so RepBox2STL. Oh, auto rewinder. Wow. I'm gonna go to their page because they had a link on here for... They had them. Where the hell are the... Did they pull down the STLs for the 2? The 2.1. Not in the 2. What the hell? Well, that's annoying. I definitely got those files from that page before. Here's an older, oh, this one's already, it's a different site, it's a reseller, but, I have like a knowledge base here. Yeah, he's just using Shopify. Where's their directions? Let's see, maybe it's in here. Nope. Build time-lapse, custom side panels. It's probably not going to be the 1.5. Do the 1.5 share parts with the 2?
I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between the 2.1 and the 2 when it comes to the handle and the brackets. I think they're the same, aren't they?
It looks like the main redesign is like maybe this, like he's got the humidity sensor up top.
Yes, like I got the 2.1 when I ordered on Black Friday.
I wish he had like a, I mean, I see it's a little bit larger, but is that the only difference? Is the handle... Is that your Aeron creaking?
Me? No.
Oh. Oh, it's Dennis.
Mine's
sorry, it's my recliner. Let me put my... Sorry about that.
I was like, whose chair's creaking? Well, I'm gonna see if this is...
So I can stay in the recliner.
He's got RepBox printed parts set. Alright, well, I'm just gonna download this. I don't even think I have the parts files for this because I printed it a
What are
while.
you looking for? Because I've got
The handle.
the RepBox 2 part set.
So, I mean, I could do
V1.05.
just the one part. So, this part of the handle is still intact. Like the actual handle part that would turn that you put the little nut in to
Oh
keep it
yeah,
turning.
because you can in that zip folder. There's two. There's like
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna
handle
extract.
split and
I'm
then
gonna
the
extract
handle.
these and see what they look like because the descriptions are that great.
Yeah, if you need them, let me know because I got the folder here in front of me.
Yeah. Let me load up S3D here. This should be finished flashing. It is. Hey, watch me, everybody. Say it with me. I flashed my firmware. Let's reset the EEPROM. Okay. And I believe this one, Z offset was negative 1.65.
Huh?
M500. Let's say G28. I'm going to send my printer into
What
this.
time?
What?
Oh, sorry.
I was like, what are you talking about? And I'm going to go ahead and preheat that. I don't have a camera.
You know what you need to sell, Tim? Like the little
Bath
oil
water?
change stickers. No, the oil change stickers that you can stick on your printers.
On the
so that
printers.
you know your Z offset. So you write it, you can reset your EEPROM, and then you can always have it right there.
These look similar. Okay, so the auto arrange these. Yeah, so I think just this one part is what I need. These look the same. I can't imagine he'd go through the trouble of changing it.
Yeah, I don't think he changed the handle.
Yeah, so this is the part that I broke. So
I actually printed 2 of them because I didn't know which one I needed.
shouldn't need any support on this. Should just be good to send it over. Actually, I'm gonna just send this to make sure it's at run at like 80. Yep. 80. S3D does not like being scaled by Windows because this monitor I'm streaming off of right now is a 4K. It's a TV actually. My bargain deal from Best Buy, $300 for a 58-inch TV with a Roku. I'm a sucker for some good deals.
TVs have gotten so cheap.
Right? Like 58-inch 4K TV for $300 delivered. Or no, it might not even been that. I think it was $280. Yeah, it was $280 because it's a Sharp, which is I don't know if you guys know Hisense owns Sharp. So Sharp and Hisense, same exact TVs. Sharp actually has a lawsuit against Hisense for ruining their brand name reputation with poor quality products. That being said,
there's only like 4 companies that make the glass for those panels anyway.
That being said, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 Sharp / Hisense TVs. One of them's like 4 or 5 years old. I haven't had any issues with them, knock on wood. So, but I thought it was funny because I saw that like they basically were like, you have to improve your quality if you're going to keep using our name.
We install a lot of Sharp monitors where I work.
Yeah. You cut your fingers on them?
We use the, yes, we do, dad joke.
I got one in before.
We use the commercial.
Fucking,
we use the commercial.
oh, he's not in here. There's another guy in here that was doing all the dad jokes before I could get to him. Alright, I should probably switch this over. Arm cam. Alright, so I am going to have to check my offset on there because I was screwing with that printer so much. I think my offset was negative 1.65, but I was just doing tons of crap to that machine this weekend. Who the hell knows what it's at now? I was like intentionally skewing my probe calibration to try to replicate a more inaccurate probe.
Could have just thrown a BL Touch on there.
You had to go there. That would be a lot of work. And just adjusting the screw so it's like sensing way far off the bed so the accuracy is poor. I mean, I do have that 3.1 BL Touch. I thought about doing like a head-to-head video just showing I had them both on the same printer.
Yeah, but your video would have been so long as slow as they are.
I could speed up the probing speed part of the video in post with BL Touch. I'm using my little T handles here. There we go. All right.
T handles aren't near as noisy as that little palm drill in chat.
Huh? What's going on?
I said those T handles aren't near as noisy as that palm drill that you've got.
Oh, I thought you said palm girl. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, am I missing something here? What's going on in chat? Hey, it's probing the bed. That should print fine. I just got to go over there and make sure I have my offset set. Because that's me going off of memory, and there was a lot of stuff going on that day, so I don't even know if I have the right settings in. Man, these little square nuts. I think Pooch like designed these to just be like, make people suffer.
The square nuts are a Prusa thing.
Are they? I thought zip ties were.
Well, that too.
Hey, I think that was the right Z offset for that machine. Because I'm not eating this bed. Hey Google, turn on printer lights. Yeah, ooh yeah. Negative 1.65. Okay. Alright, so that's printing. So yeah, I always usually keep a couple machines that are just like ready to go without having to go out to the print farm. It's like a 150-foot walk, man.
Hey, what smart home software do you use, Tim?
Home Assistant.
I was thinking about switching from Smart Things.
Oh, Smart Things is garbage. It's slow. It's cloud-based. If you got like Z-Wave and Zigbee stuff, you can move it over. I think there's an integration for Home Assistant that'll basically just turn your SmartThings hub into just a thing to talk to Home Assistant for your Z-Wave and Zigbee devices. But I use like a USB Z-Wave stick for mine. Might have to move this camera up because I'm running out of height here.
I bought a couple of those power strips that you operated on here a while back.
Yeah, it's been running. I have had no issues with it.
They were working really good, and then I lost internet, and I can control them through the Smart Life app, but Alexa doesn't see them online for some reason.
Yeah, that's why I go all local control. Because like I originally bought SmartThings because there was I have a thing called Connected with a K, and that is for replacing like a old wired alarm panel, because there was an alarm panel installed in the house when we bought it, and that's what they recommended. Well, I just realized if my internet's down, my alarm system doesn't work.
Right.
And I just also realized I didn't put the T-nuts in on these corner pieces here. Or not the T-nuts, but the square nuts. You guys know what I mean. Oh, and you can't put them in if this screw's all the way through. Gotta back this screw out. Well, that's just fine and dandy. I actually had that one guy print me my new piece. He's printing at 180 millimeters a second.
Yeah, I'm on Home Assist page, and it says it's got an integration for Smart Things and Ecobee and everything, Zigbee and Z-Wave.
Yeah, so basically, your SmartThings hub is going to become just dumb, and all it's going to be doing is relaying information like on-off commands and whatever other data you're getting from your Zigbee and Z-Wave stuff, which is what you want. You want Home Assistant to handle all your automations and stuff. And my recommendation is if you were going to really get into it, run on, I don't know if there's an image called Hasio, Hassio, which is like a pre-configured firmware for the Raspberry Pi. However, when I was running on a 3B, I don't know if they have the 4 support. So what I'm getting at here is if they have support for the Pi 4, I would get a Pi 4 with 4 gigs of RAM because it will use it. But if they don't support the 4 yet with their image, I would probably pick up, if you have an old computer laying around, run on that with like Ubuntu. Or Ubuntu server is what I run.
Right.
And there's actually a script for installing their Hasio image as a Docker container on Ubuntu server. That's what I use. And the reason is if you're just doing a couple little things, the Pi 3 is great. It's lightweight, it's cheap. But once you start doing more stuff, you're quickly going to outgrow the power that the Pi has for that type of stuff. The good news is you can always migrate to a more powerful computer later on, but you know it's almost painfully slow. You know, it's like Octoprint on a Raspberry Pi 0W slow. You know, it's rough. So that being said, that's one of the things I learned, that if you're going to really get into it and put some time into it, you might as well just right off the bat do it on a beefier setup.
Yeah, I've got a couple old computers. I was in IT forever. And
yeah, so I mean, even you got like a 2nd gen i3 or i5, just throw Ubuntu server on it. Yeah, the admin from Hell in Chat said HassOS 3 is amazing. Yeah, like it's powerful shit. Oh, do I gotta put them in the back too? God, I'm like forgetting to put these. Okay, so these gotta go in here. I put 2 more in here. That was my fault. They definitely could use a little bit clearer instructions for this thing.
I got Jim's video.
Yeah, but I don't want to be. I don't know. I'm weird. I don't like watching a video when I'm doing like an assembly thing because the video usually goes faster sometimes. And that's like what I have for like. I don't know. For most of our stuff, we have like we do the written guides first, and we do the videos secondary because the videos like don't always. I don't know. They don't always have the same information, or it's also harder to keep updated. And you can just look at the guide instead of having to pause the video a million times.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I don't know. Like, I didn't realize these corner brackets were going to have screws going into the side portions, because you basically populate the nuts in here where things are going to get screwed into, because some of them only have 2, one on the side, one in the back. And I think these are going to need on the top too, so I need to put one. Yeah, I'm going to need to put one in each of these going this way too. Let me get the camera in a little closer here so we can see what the hell I'm doing. A little bit of overhang here from where the bridging happened. Nothing crazy or hard. Put out. I'm surprised at this point, just to keep up with volume, he hasn't found corner brackets that he can just have instead of having to 3D print them, you know, or at least injection mold them. I got 2 more here, and I got to put 1 more in the corner. I think I got these already. Yeah, I did.
Home Assistant work well with IFTT?
I don't use IFTT. You can do all that stuff locally.
Okay.
All those automations and stuff. So Home Assistant's been getting better with their integrated automations. However, there's a fantastic plugin called Node-RED. That it's a flow-based automation system, and you don't have to write. Well, I shouldn't say you don't have to write any code, but for the most part, for doing simple stuff, it's all drag and drop, and it does all the code for you on the back end. But that's what I use for my automations is Node-RED, which is a plugin for Home Assistant. So Home Assistant is the actual project that does the automation. Hasio, which is where you'll see, is their image and bundle of all the stuff to make it easy to set up, essentially.
Yeah, I see that on their page.
I always say that because I was like, what's Home Assistant, what's Hasio? When I was first getting into it.
It does all the presence detection that I use IFTT for. So
yeah, you can do a lot. I got you, Justin. Someone needs to unmute. Unmute. Utrim is manually muted because he apparently is too cool to talk to us.
I am too cool to talk to you.
I know. Did you? How'd you like those pie cases?
I like them. I haven't had my printers down long enough to actually put them on.
Do you just have boards just chilling there?
What?
Do you have boards just chilling next to the printer?
Oh no, I had the 3D printed cases.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At a certain point, like the only thing I don't think we'll ever 3D print product wise here is like the easy ABL cases. Because like if we do any revisions, redoing injection molds is not cheap. But for the pie case, like the stuff that's that large. Luckily, one of my suppliers, she specializes in Raspberry Pi accessories, so I was like, hey, give me some prices on some cases.
I like that new metal case.
Yeah, Ryan got the last 2 of the, because we had the 3B for a while, but people were getting too confused. I was having like the Pi Pro, the Lite, and like a Plus, which was the 3 in the metal case. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make it simple. The Pro is the 4 metal case. The 3, or the Lite is the 3B plastic case. Entry level option and a higher end option. But then I still have people asking me, well, does the other one not work as well? I was like, no, the 3's fine for Octoprint. It's just the 4 is faster. So, is it fast enough to where I'm going to change all my 3s out to 4s? Hell no. But it is faster. The 4 is, yeah. We've got probably about 50 pies hooked up right now. I don't want to be swapping all those out. Okay, so on the instructions now, God, my mouse, I have to push it all the way up to the top. Really fast for it to actually go. All right, so I don't tighten down the top screws, just the 4 bottom ones.
So Tim,
What?
starting your own company, would you recommend?
If you want to have no social life, yes. I'm not even joking. Do you guys hear any joking in my voice
Aren't
at
we
all?
all nerds anyway? Who has a social life?
No, I'm not even joking a little bit about the social life.
I mean, I work full time. Not
Full
much of a
time,
social life to be had.
full time to me now is like, that's part time, bro. It's like, oh, you only work 40 hours a week? Yeah, that's nice.
I've owned
Dude,
2 companies, and now I work for the state for the last 22 years, and I couldn't be happier.
It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of grinding.
is.
It's a lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of worrying about money. And
Way more work than working for somebody else.
oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna tell somebody, oh no, yeah, go ahead and start your own company, because then they're gonna come back to me like a year later and be like, bro.
What did you do get me into?
It's not for everybody, man. It really isn't. Like, it is way easier to work for someone else. Especially if you're in the US. You don't even want to know what we pay for workman's comp and shit here. Just insurance. Like, had no claims, but the amount of money we pay is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
You're in the U.S., aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in the US. So I'm
Oh.
saying, we pay a shit ton of workman's comp insurance because you have to have it. You even have to have it for contractors that work remotely for you. Did you know that?
They might fall down out of their chair at home. You know, them cheap ass chairs.
So
When I mean, I don't do
I work like I have for the last since I started TH3D. I have been working a minimum of 90 hours a week for the last 3 years. So, if that sounds great and you don't mind it, but there's no guarantee of when that starts or stops. Like, eventually, the hope is that you get to a point where you can have enough people on payroll where you can then take time off. But even then, when you are working, you're going to be working a ton still. So
I work full time.
What's full time?
And I work in a shop mostly.
No, I mean like 40 hours a week, 50. Like, what's full time to you?
50 hours is the minimum.
Yeah. So, like, even when I was working for an IT company, okay, I was working for an MSP. I was salary. Making about 65, 70 a year without bonuses. I was putting in about 60, 70 hours a week. That was way less work than what I do now. And, the thing is, even like when we take time off, I still never can fully get away from everything. Because, it's my company. Like, if something happens, like, I have to drop what I'm doing. Whereas with the other company, you're on vacation, you're on vacation. So if you're not one of the higher up people or the owner, you can be like, fuck off, I'm on vacation. So.
Yeah, that never worked for me either.
I'm saying if you have that drive and you're willing to, give it a shot, do it. You really seriously want it. It's not just like a little thing you want to try out. You could do a little side business and get a taste of it and then grow it from there, which is basically that's what TH3D was. TH3D was just like, people were wanting me to make, bed leveling boards and sensor kits for them. I was like, oh, cool, I can, do this on the side and pay for the hobby, and then it just took over. That's basically how everything went down. But I've always had some sort of, side hustle, so to speak. It's just this ended up getting a little out of hand, and it was time to shit or get off the pot. Either, throttle it back, or go all in, so to speak. And when I started this company, we were also planning a wedding too. So that was even more fun. Where the hell did that screw go? I got it. But I mean, like, you do have to make sacrifices. You know, that's why I have 2 motorcycles in the garage. Didn't get to ride any of them last year. At all. So, yeah. Any further questions?
It may be easier to work for somebody else, but is it more rewarding, like mentally?
See, I like what I'm
Depends on
doing.
if you,
Yeah,
depends on if you
really,
like your job.
yeah, it's like I have a buddy who had his own company. He works for a web developer now downtown in Chicago, and he likes it better. I think my problem was where I was at in the technology field. It's been so, like, I don't know, subsidized and commoditized, and there's so many people that, you know, claim to be able to do IT stuff. No, I was really good at it. You know, there was always opportunity for the employer to find someone cheaper because there was a lot of supply and not a ton of demand. So they never really, at least the company I work for anyway, it's all, again, comes back to the company. I never felt like I was fully appreciated. Like the MSP job, I actually got fired from because I was on a job. I was doing out rack and stack and a new location setup. And the owner of the company, who was a car dealership, came in one day, and we're in a whole new building. They had no internet, no services, nothing. It was new, I believe it was new construction, or it was old enough where they didn't have any fiber or anything because they needed fiber. So we were waiting for all that stuff to get set up, and while we were waiting for the ISPs to pull the lines and stuff, I was in there getting all the network switches set up, the servers up, all the VLANs set up, deploying access points. So the owner comes in, he wants to get onto the Wi-Fi so he can connect out to the remote site over the VPN. And I tell him, well, you're going to have to use your hotspot. And he goes, well, I don't have my phone. I was like, well, I don't have a hotspot. Like, you know, I'm working off of just my laptop. I was downloading files at the hotel. But anyways, guy freaks out, starts yelling and swearing at me like, you know, I pay you guys all this fucking money and you can't even give me a fucking internet connection in my own fucking building. Like, I was like, you know, they're not turning the service on until next week. Like, you know, we're here to just get everything prepped. Like, go back to your hotel and, you know, work on it. And I was like, I stayed calm, and he starts going off on me, and then there was like I was in a little server room, like, I don't know, like, or not even a server room, it was just like a network closet where the rack was. And it was like a little 10 by 10 room, and there was a stack of old Dell Optiplexes with like a couple of, there was a Dell LCD sitting on top of a stack of 2 towers. He takes it and just swipes his arm, and it fucking hits me in the face. So I folded up my laptop, grabbed my stuff, and I left. I literally was like, I don't get paid enough to deal with this shit. Bye. And just walked off. And I was in California, so it wasn't even like I was around here. It was a remote site. And I got back to the hotel. I was getting ready to book a flight to go back. I was like, I'm not dealing with this guy. He's a jagoff. And then the owner of the company ended up, you know, talking him down, calming the guy down. But ever since that day, he held a grudge. So fast forward 6 months from there, okay, I was doing a Sonic Wall content filtering deployment, and it was a new location in Orland Park. And we go, okay, we need who needs to be in what groups for what permission of access for the content filter. So I have all these emails going back requesting all this information from the GM of that store, from him, so we can make sure all the employees are in the right spot so they don't get blocked from stuff they need to have access to. So before that, you know, we set a go live date, sent out emails saying, hey, you know, this is when we're going live, this is what is happening. If anybody does get blocked, here's my direct line. You can call me and I'll get it taken care of right then. So we did that. Everything seemed to go fine. There was a new person they hired after they gave me the list. They didn't tell us a new person got hired, and they were using someone else's account, because that never happens, you know. Yeah, all the IT people are just being like, ah. So anyways, because this person didn't have an account, I then had to get the account all set up and provisioned because they never notified us. And the GM of that store was cool. It was the owner. It was like not the owner of the company, but like right below the owner. Like he was like his little minion. But the guy was Jagoff, and he found out that I was the one in charge of doing that. Went to the owner, said, "I'm tired of him fucking things up." You know, he had the Ventura project, and you know, gave me attitude during that. And now this is fucked up, and we're losing thousands of dollars because this person can't get to the sites they need to. And they're like, "We're going to terminate our contract with you." And they were 25% of the revenue if you don't fire him. So,
Yikes.
Yeah. Funny thing is, 5 months later, they ended up leaving him as a client anyway. So fuck that company. But point is, like, I will never treat my employees like that. If an employee legitimately fucks up, yeah, you're getting shit on by me, and you got one chance to correct your shit. But if a customer threw something at one of my fucking employees, I would not go and kiss that customer's ass. Like, I should have like filed fucking charges against the guy. Like, but I wasn't thinking. I was just like, yeah. I was just like, my mind to go there. I was just like, fuck this, I'm out. Like,
that's entitlement.
Yeah, but yeah, it was funny because they ended up leaving as a customer anyways. They were an asshole customer. They were a complete asshole customer. It's actually the place I got my motorcycle from, because the guys that worked at the GM of the BMW dealership that did the motorcycle dealership, he loved me. So, you know, it was like the way higher up guy that was an asshole. Everybody else was actually pretty good to work with. But even that was still less work than dealing with what we do today. But I just don't have to worry about shit like that because, you know, I'm not going to fire myself. I don't know. It's ridiculous. People think they can throw around just because, you know, they have fucking money and control. Like, they can treat people like shit. Like, that's not how you do it.
Yeah, so I work for a company that
hang on, I'm missing that one long piece. What the hell?
It'll be easier for me to describe what I do if you just look at the pictures.
Where are you posting them?
Imgur.
Oh, you're in the live stream. Oh no, you're in general?
Yeah, just click on the link.
I see a helicopter. Are you in a helicopter, it looks like?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, that seems pretty fucking awesome.
It seems like it would be, right?
And not a lot of customers up there.
There may not be a lot of customers, but there's millions of dollars. So
the TLDR is you can be like people. There's tons of people that are happy working for someone else. There's nothing wrong with working for someone else. You just have to be at a place that actually gives a shit about you and appreciates what you do for them. You know, like, we gave out a lot of bonuses this year to all the members on our team because the company did well. I could have been like, no, I'm gonna you know, take a distribution, take all that, put it in my account. No. If I got people that are busting their ass for me, I don't care what position they're at. If we had a good year and I can afford to give them a nice bonus, especially, you know, towards the end of the year at Christmas time, I would much rather do that because I want to keep good people, because good people are very, very fucking hard to find. You know, and making sure people feel appreciated when they're actually doing good work, you have to do that as an employer. Like, not like a lot of companies take people for fucking granted. A lot of companies are fucking entitled assholes. You know? Like,
so can I give you a rundown of
yeah, so what are you doing in the helicopter?
Oh, well, okay. The helicopter, that's just traveling from land to an offshore rig. We do communications and instrumentation on rigs, land and offshore.
Okay.
Offshore, we used to do VSATs. So now we do mostly LTE because our hardware has gotten to a point where that's a feasible option. But when we were doing VSATs, I mean, you would show up to a place that didn't have internet, and they're like, "Hey, no one knows
you
how to
work for,
fix
like, an
this, so
ISP?
fucking fix it."
You work for an ISP
Um,
or one of the common carriers?
no,
Like
we're not
backhaul
an
type
ISP.
shit?
No, we buy data from the ISPs and then resell it,
Okay.
or we use it. We have proprietary software that requires internet, so since we have internet, we also kind of like sell
Yeah.
them internet.
What kind of you using any of Ubiquity's long range shit or backhaul stuff?
I don't know if I can.
I'm just curious because I'm a big Ubiquity fan.
We use a lot of bullets.
Okay.
As far as we get okay. You're probably the most qualified person I've ever talked to about my job, and I'm mentally trying to put in words that would normally work. So we buy a WiMAX signal that gets shot from land into the Gulf of Mexico.
You guys are still using WiMAX radios? Holy shit.
There's no other good way of doing.
Holy shit, that's a word I haven't heard in a while.
Unless you're close enough to use LTE, then yes, it's either VSAT or WiMAX.
Jesus, I haven't had the. You remember when Sprint? That was Sprint's big thing.
Yep.
They bet so much money on WiMAX and ended up flopping for cell phones.
There's a company that has a bounty, $500,000 if you can get reliable service to the Gulf of Mexico.
Huh.
Which is pennies compared to the infrastructure that you're actually going to need.
Yeah.
But it's out there.
You seen Google's Loon project?
I've heard the name. I don't remember the details.
Literally internet from floating balloons. Hey, look at it. It's looking like a box.
That's a box, all right.
D Park's like, Tim, you said this wouldn't take 3 hours. Guess you were wrong. You know what? You're right.
LOL.
It's only 10:30 though. Holy shit.
I told you it was going to be a long install.
Yeah, but no, it's only 10:30. It's not like 3 a.m. I was expecting to look at the clock. You know, I hate.
I was going to say, usually it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
They look easier than they really are.
Well, I'm making quick progress.
And I agree, Tim. The instructions are lacking.
They are. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. They're lacking.
And I don't and you know, I love Pooch, but man, instructions are just bad.
They are. Hey, the lift. Like, showing this picture, and I guess that goes. They're definitely lacking. I'm gonna be like, no, they're not. They're not like TiVo Tarantula lacking.
There was one time I showed up to a rig offshore. It was a Saturday. It was a Saturday morning. I had just got off the boat, and he was like, "Hey, we're not getting any cable from DirecTV, and we don't have any internet out." I was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna fix your DirecTV first because I know you want to watch the game, and the game is more important than the software." That guy liked me after that.
So what do you want to do?
Yeah, it's a question. Like, and here's the thing: there is a harsh reality that sometimes what you're passionate about is not going to make you money. So you got to figure out what you're passionate about, and then find out if there's a way to make money doing what you're passionate about.
Well, I want to be a pilot, really.
So do you have opportunities to be a pilot with the company you're with now?
As an employee? No. And I definitely, I mean, I get paid well-ish for my field, I guess.
Good enough?
Good enough to live. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, that corner bracket's gone. Good thing I got extras. I think these nuts are kind of jank. Because all the other ones go right in.
About 6 months ago, my coworker who taught me basically everything I know about the industry now got hired by SpaceX.
Damn.
And he's working on the Raptor engines and Falcon 9s and, you know, the Crew Dragon capsule. And it's like, okay, well, he had 8 years experience. I have 1 year. I sent my application to SpaceX, and they were like, nope. And I find myself, like, at work, want to just work on 3D printers and study to be a pilot and try to find people who... So at work, actually, they buy 3D prints from me. I've actually managed to pay off my first 3D printer by selling them 3D prints.
Yeah, you can. That's something you can do. Absolutely.
So starting a print farm, like industrial size prints, is something I'm starting now. I'm making a Piper 2. I don't know if you ever heard of that guy.
Yeah, yeah.
The size of the printer is going to be 900 by 700 by 500. And I made it specifically that build volume because I know of some plastic bits that are about that size that you can't buy from an OEM. Yeah. So I don't know.
I'm doing
It's
these
like
all
I
by
don't
hand
know.
from here on
How
out
do
because
you?
I don't want to wreck any more of these things. On a beach.
I don't know if there's a market for what I have to offer. I mean, I know there is a market, but I don't know.
You don't know how big it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, as we go through the same stuff, like when I launch a new product, trying to gauge how many we want to order, because the reality is I could be like, oh, I think this is going to be a hot seller, and then we order them, and they aren't, and then I either got to clearance them out to, you know, at a loss, or, you know, you get stuck with them if you can't even clearance them out. Everything's a risk.
How did you get to the point where you have people that know about
that know what?
That know about you?
I was very active. Well, not was. I still am. Very active in all the communities and just tried to help out in general. And the whole reason TH3D became a thing was because the bed leveling kits I was making, that, you know, were all the hardware and the firmware and everything. Because there's a lot of people that just, they don't want to mess with stuff. They just want to, you know, have someone get everything together and just be able to get something added onto their machine, because not everybody tinkers with this stuff. There's a lot of people that use these printers as tools. And with the advent of all the Creality machines becoming more affordable and, you know, less intimidating, there's a lot more people that are buying them, you know, as like, you know, a person would buy a drill, you know, or a drill press or anything. You know, and there's a lot of people that don't mind spending a little bit more than, you know, someone that could, you know, do it themselves, because at the end of the day, it's a tool for them. It's not, the hobby isn't the printer, you know? And that's kind of where I started coming in. And it wasn't that I ever set out to be like, I'm going to make bed leveling kits and sell them. It was more or less that people were coming to me and telling me, I want a bed leveling kit because I don't want to deal with it. Like, I understand, like, I can make it, I just don't have time. You know, I don't want to be figuring out how to source all the parts and get all the tools, you know what I mean? So that's what this was all born out of. And then I just kind of expanded into other products, because, you know, I had the whole experience of, you know, the Chinese roulette of ordering from AliExpress and hoping you get something that doesn't suck. And that's where we kind of started doing more curation of making sure that what we're getting in is actually really good quality and not just, you know, another piece of Chinese crap coming to the market. So, you know, it was I think if I had to chalk it up, it was a combination of, you know, the right place at the right time and seeing where things were lacking. You know, we're still always looking for markets that we can help improve on and bring products out for. You know, and I always try to, I don't go after the super high-end stuff. I know a lot of people complain about prices on certain things, but, you know, we're always kind of the middle ground of, you know, where I try to stick our pricing at, because I never as a consumer bought at high-end. You know, I was always kind of middle of the road, and I'll pay a little bit more for some quality. You know, so my whole thing is, when I'm pricing out stuff, is like, would I buy this if, you know, this was me buying this from another company? You know what I mean? So, but it's a very interesting market in general. And I don't mean that in a bad way or good way. It's just interesting. Like, so, but the one thing I do have a problem with, hopefully you guys can hear me, I just dropped a nut. Is you get a lot of these people that, you know, are the people that can do, you know, whatever, most of the stuff themselves, and, you know, do soldering and all this other shit. And then they're assholes to the new people coming in, and they don't realize that some people just want to use the printer to print things. You know? And I know a lot of people don't read shit, you know, as much as they should, but that's never going to change, and being a dick to people is not going to do anything positive or fix the problem. So, oh, Phil and Friends is here? Oh, what's up, man? When did you get here, Mr. Tom? Across the pond?
For being a dick's not going to expand the hobby.
No. And, like, you get a lot of these people that are just, you know, they're just like, you know, sitting at their fucking computers being keyboard warriors and just being a dick because, well, this person is so, well, instead of helping them, they're just being an asshole. Like, hey, fine, joke with your friends about something really stupid you saw a person doing, but either say nothing or help them. You know what I mean? Like, you just being an asshole to them is not doing anything. Like, you know, people that are in any field, you know, are gonna joke about the newbies, you know, but you don't be an asshole to the newbies. You help them out. Like, and I feel
everybody's a newbie at one point.
Yeah. Well, and I remember going into some of these groups, and I almost quit because, like, I was, you know, I didn't know what marlin was. People were talking about marlin. I was like, what the fuck is this? Why are people talking about this fish? Like, you know, and started reading more into it, but there's just a lot of people that just are just terrible to other people in these groups, and I it's not the way to do it. You're not going to help them get any better by being a dick to them. You know, that's not how this works.
There's a lot of good people to help.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there's not. I'm just saying there's a lot of people, and it's only going to get worse, and people need to realize that, hey, printers are cheap, they're here to stay, and that means there are going to be a lot of people that are new that are going to have questions, and either shut your mouth or help them. Like, don't be causing issues with them. Just shut your mouth or help them. You don't have to help them. You can just keep on about your business, or, you know, you can help them and pass on your knowledge. So, you know, I mean, there's certain days where I'm going through the groups and I'm like, yeah, I know what that issue is, but it's like, don't want to deal with it right now. You know, and that's fine. You know, but there's some days where I'll spend, you know, 2-3 hours after work just hanging out in the groups and going through and answering random questions people are posting. You know, it's, but there's some posts that I look at and I'm like, God, this guy's so dumb. You know, but I'm not going to go and tell him he's a fucking idiot. Like, that's not going to do anything. Either shut up and help him, you know, and that's it. Shut up or help.
Our telecom division is really bad for yelling at our technicians.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have probably some of the worst technicians in the industry because we don't require experience to get hired.
Ah. One of those. I did
But
work.
there's there's got to be places like that, or else how's anybody going to get experience? That's the big quandary in any industry.
Well, I don't know if any of you guys know, I don't even have a college degree.
I don't either.
I have like 90 something credits. I went to my local community college, which is a great college. We actually do business with them now. We've been invited to speak at certain STEM conferences. We did one in St. Louis last year. But I digress. But there's a lot of people that, I mean, we can go, how deep down this rabbit hole you guys want to go? Because I can go on about how I think colleges are overpriced and not worth it.
It's a piece of paper hanging on the wall.
Yeah, like
the knowledge.
No one's
important.
like when I worked at IT in the IT companies, or when I worked in the IT field, doing all this different stuff. I had guys that on paper were way more qualified than me, but you put them in front of a system, they couldn't do shit.
And that's pretty common.
I'm the kind of person, you sit me down in front of a problem, and as long as I got some internet access, I'm gonna figure it out. And even then, I can still usually determine a lot of stuff on my own. Just by what's the word I'm looking for? Like deducing based on context and other things, and just my knowledge I already have. Like I can take most programming languages that I've never touched, look at some existing code for an hour or two and start making modifications that actually work, because I have, I do have program experience, but I don't need to know the language. I just need an example to see how it works.
Have you ever heard of a rental company that didn't maintain a good inventory system?
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot. Even do you know how many times we've gone to revise our inventory system? We're a small company.
Okay, but you have one, right?
We have a very basic one. It is a
so
constant...
you have one.
Yeah.
Okay, you got a glorified spreadsheet.
No, we actually use it's all done through our site.
So
question is, do I use these printed little door holders that I printed, or do I use the metal one they included?
I'd use the metal.
Because here's the thing, though. If I use the printed one, they also double as little accents on the front.
You could just paint the metal.
Yeah, but now I have to. Actually, I think I'm going to do... I was originally just thinking about...
one and then just print new ones when they break.
Yeah, except this is a little tight on this side.
I used the metal one on mine, and I only used one on one side.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that, only because there's like... I mean, if I loosen these screws up, I think I got some play in this hinge. But like, these holes in this hinge are way too big for M3 screws. You could probably put M5s through them. I digress.
That's probably to give you your play you need to adjust it.
Now I just got to assemble a million spool holders after I put this on.
Well, from what I remember watching Jim's video, he used the metal ones.
Yeah, I'm just going to use that for now. I can always change it out later.
Do you think there's a market for like renting 3D printers?
I just want to make it clear. I am not an expert on this stuff.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, neither am I. So.
Well, I've had two companies. One of them pretty large. I had 200 and some employees, and I work for the state, and I'm a happy camper. So don't take my advice either. I have peace and quiet.
Renting out printers, there's a lot of liability with that. So TH3D Studio is like what you guys know, and we actually had to set up a separate LLC just for doing prototyping and printing work, because your insurance coverage is based on your revenue, and TH3D's got a decent amount of revenue. But as soon as you mention prototyping, which is what we're doing with print jobs, even though they're parts for printers, insurance companies go, oh, that's risky. So just be aware of that. That's like, I feel like a lot of people these days think the term overhead is just an excuse businesses use to mark things up. It is a very real thing. So, and that overhead is all your employees and stuff that you don't directly think of is like all the insurance type shit that you have to cover. And it adds up real quick. Real quick. Alright, well I think that's it for the assembly. I just gotta do the spool holders. Oh. What the hell? Hang on, I think Discord's having issues. Am I going to be using this? Yes, I'm going to be using this with my Palette 2 Pro. So, you guys have never seen me use a Palette 2 Pro, so that means there's going to be another video of me trying to figure out how to use the Palette 2 Pro. Trying to reconnect the Discord right now. Not showing any outages. Not reconnected, hang on. Are we back? Did you guys all get kicked out? I'm assuming everybody got kicked out because...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was weird.
You know, I was just thinking about that today. Like, we, on our old TeamSpeak servers, they would die sometimes. And this is the first time I've ever seen Discord die.
I'm trying to
My
figure out where the hell I
TeamSpeak
put
server
those
did
spool
die.
holders. What the hell? Yeah, TeamSpeak, that's you know what's older than TeamSpeak? Ventrilo.
Venmo?
Ventrilo.
Oh yeah, vent servers.
I had my own vent server.
Had that and then TeamSpeak.
Ventrilo was always better voice quality, but you had to pay for licenses past a certain amount of users. That was the only downside with it.
Yeah.
I was in a EVE Online group that used TeamSpeak.
Okay, so to assemble these, it's just 2 of the wood pieces, M3 bolt, the spacer, the bearing, double roller. Oh wait, oh they go on the end of each box. So I got a single roller assembly and a double roller assembly. Okay.
When are you going to mess with your palette too?
I don't know. Depends on how many tickets I get in my queue this week. The less tickets, so the less support tickets that go to Tim, the more streams happen.
I think that's the only way I'd want to fool with multicolor.
Yeah, well that's, I mean, they gave us, so they just gave us, because we were talking about just checking them out at Murph, and they gave us a deal on them, not to do a review or anything, but just because they were like, sure, like, we'll hook you up. So I got a really good deal on them that I couldn't pass up.
Cool.
So, oh, this one wasn't cut all the way through.
You know, Tim, okay, that just reminded me of a question I wanted to ask you.
Oh boy.
Putting yourself up out on the internet publicly, was there like a transitionary period where it became less weird to talk to yourself on the camera?
I don't know. Like,
Or is it still weird?
No, it's not weird. I mean, I like, especially on these streams, like, it's more or less like, I don't know, I feel like I'm hanging out with you guys because I am. You know?
Right, but if you're recording a review, a product review.
I don't know. I've kind of done a lot of everything. At one point, I did actually have my own, like, it was just me. So it was just I was a freelance consultant. I did network installs, I did computer repairs, whatever. You know, a little bit of everything. At one point, I did video editing, and it was for a small company, which I think they're still around. They're actually kind of big, called Clearstream Recycling. They got like those little recycle trash bag things you'll see at venues that are like the little bags with the metal hangers. The bags hang on them. So I did, when they were first starting out, I did all their marketing videos, like all the editing stuff. So I was already used to doing videos and whatnot. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it was ever weird, but there was a time where I was severely socially awkward, and I don't know what changed, so I can't help out there. But I was never this introverted or extroverted when I was younger. You know, now I can go up to anybody and talk to them, you know, but I was not always that way, not at all. I was your typical, you know, nerd at home, you know, didn't want to deal with people in the real life. It was scary.
I don't have that. I don't have. I used to have social anxiety, but I kind of grew out
I
of that.
wouldn't really say I had social anxiety. It was just I just preferred not to deal with people in person, you know, or talk to them. Like it was just, you know, instant messenger and IRC, hell yeah, you know. But talking to people, I don't know. That's a thing that you have to figure out for you for doing that. I mean, I haven't had anything really negative come out, but I will say, like, especially how shit is today, like I find myself not necessarily censoring myself, but you know, worried about like, oh god, if I say the wrong thing jokingly, is someone gonna try to end my entire fucking company, you know, because they're overly sensitive. You know, that's something that actively sticks in my mind, you know, because like I can't just go on and, you know, have a good time and, you know, maybe I'm playing a video game and talk shit to somebody and then someone takes that out of context, you know, and tries to ruin my life over it. So, I don't know.
I mean, I'm at the point now.
I don't know if that quite answers it, but
yeah. I mean, I'm at a point where I want to make videos about the stuff that I do because I find it's interesting, and I think other people would think it's interesting.
Yeah.
And I have all this stuff. I have a camera, you know, phone, microphone.
It's gotten so cheap to do halfway decent videos online now. Like, you know, like I like at the beginning of the stream, I was showing that you know webcam I got that's got a good picture quality, 1080 60 frames a second for $50. Like, you know, that shit didn't exist. Like I remember we were using I was doing the video stuff for that company. You know, we were using like actual video cameras and shit, and we had to rent them. You know, and there weren't really that good of webcams out. You know, this was when YouTube was just starting to come around. But I think it's gotten a lot easier to get into doing that. The barrier to entry is a lot lower. You know, even starting a company's easy these days. Like we used, I could file all my LLC paperwork. I use LegalZoom to file all our shit because they just handle shit.
Is that like TurboTax, LegalZoom?
No, they file like LLCs and stuff for you.
Okay.
It's a service. So,
oh yeah, no, I did. I made an LLC just through the Secretary of State website.
Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with.
It was terrible.
I just didn't want to deal with doing it myself. And for $100, I look at it this way: like the amount of time it saves me is worth that $100 to pay them to just do it.
Wait a second. You paid $100 to file for an LLC?
I think it was right around there. I don't know, maybe $70, whatever their standard charges are. What's up?
You paid $100 for somebody else to file your LLC.
That's what LegalZoom does.
Dude, I paid $80 and I had to do it myself.
I think it's $100 here in Oklahoma.
I think total with all their fees, I think in Indiana here was like 120. But yeah, again, it was not that much a fee. And the thing is, if I screw up paperwork, that's on me. If they screw up paperwork, that's on them, and they gotta fix it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, and I used there's this tech show called Twit, This Week in Tech with Leo Laporte. I don't know if anybody knows him, but I used to watch him, and I remember that was one of their sponsors, and their offer code still worked. It was like 10% off their services, so I use that every time.
Yeah, I watched them.
Yeah, I used to watch them all the time.
I mean, if you want to do videos, do them. I mean, come on, people watching Nereus talk about his cats for hours. And I love him. He's the first. I think he's the first 3D printing video that I ever watched.
Who,
Yeah,
Tim?
No, I didn't even know about Tim yet. Nears.
What was that?
I said I hadn't even heard about you yet. It was Neary's.
How did you find out about me?
I wanted an ABL because I didn't want to build one.
Yeah.
Because I can. I mean, my first business was HF radio repair.
Yeah, you're just like, I don't want to deal with this shit.
I'm like, yeah,
my buddy,
but, you know,
no, that's what I was saying.
You.
That's what I was saying. Like, you know, and the thing is too, a lot of people don't think about it as like trying to source all the stuff, and like trying to get small quantity stuff is always a pain in the ass too. You're dealing with components.
Yeah.
But one of the things, like when we were talking to Gina when we were doing our Octoprint kits, because I wanted to, you know, be able to support them, and they also put a link to our kits on their site. You know, was she really likes the fact that there are people doing the kits, because her, you know, a lot of people's issues with like the Pi kits is the fact that they're using, you know, not the right power supply, or they're using crappy SD cards, you know, all those little parts that go into setting up an Octoprint setup. And you know, we've already done that, and like I don't change our suppliers on that kind of stuff, so it's like I know these work, they work properly, they don't cause crashes, they're reliable. You know, there's something to be said about having a full product that's already been verified, and you know, you're not like, oh well, I don't know if this SD card's going to hold up, or I don't know if this power supply is going to, you know, cause undervolt issues or whatnot. You know, we've already done all that, you know. So, and there's a lot of people that do see that, and they're like, yeah, I don't want to figure out, like, well, which will this power supply be good, or that power supply? What about this SD card, this brand, this capacity, this type, this class? Like, you know. But
well, that was my thing, because I mean, anybody that can solder, I think, could probably build an ABL. But knowing which, you know, doing the research to find out which parts are the best, going to work together and everything, it was a whole lot easier just to buy yours.
Yeah, well, and the
because I'm
thing
not
is,
going to run junk.
well, the thing is too, like, especially with ours, what I've been trying to do is further and further separate us from, you know, every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's trying to get in on that market. Because there's a lot of them. I get at least 3 people a week trying to join our customer Facebook group, because you have to provide an order number, and they put an Amazon order number in. I was like, I don't sell on Amazon. Well, it's this other guy that had bought shit from us, knocked it off, and is using really crappy parts. Like, he ended up trying to do a copy of our boards, but then ended up finding some cheap Chinese opto board, and then wires it up so there's no isolation between the power input and the ZN stop. And then it's just using some random sensor on there. You know, it's like, the guy doesn't even have a website set up. Like, he's supposedly an IT person. He doesn't have a website set up for his little side business. He's got a Gmail address to email him for support. Like, do you know how unprofessional that is? Like, if I see someone claiming to be a company and they've got a Gmail address, that means you couldn't even be bothered to set up a forward from your domain name to your Gmail account.
Is that the one that put the cheap capacitor on the power for filtering?
Oh no, that's the other guy. But you know, he'll tell you that that's just as good as ours, even though it's 1/5. It's less than 1/5 the capacity. It's not even a name brand cap. It's just the China special.
Are you guilty of submitting support tickets to these guys and asking them about their products?
No.
Why bother?
Yeah. So, but the guy on Amazon really pissed me off. So I actually bought it. I was like, well, I want to see how good or bad this is. It was terrible. He couldn't even be bothered. Like, he includes what he dubs as solid bed mounts. They're 5 millimeters too short to work on the machines he advertises it for, and they aren't even flat on the bottom because he's clearly trying to print ABS without an enclosure. And there's no aluminum inserts in it, so it's all just an ABS part. And they're not flat, and there's glue stuck to the bottom of the printed cases and the mounts. But, you know, the thing is, he advertises, well, they're included, and that's something we upcharge on, you know, as an optional accessory. But it's like, cool, you include that, but they're garbage. Like, but, you know, a lot of people won't realize that until they actually get them. They're like, oh, well, yeah, there's a reason it costs less. You know, but I don't know. I'm never going to play to that race to the bottom. If they want to try to do that and, you know, whatnot, but One of our customers also bought their kit to see how good it was, and then ended up sending me. He's like, "I thought you should see this." Sent me the whole email conversation between him and the other guy. And when they send you the kit, they send the firmware out on a SD or on a USB stick, like a little cheap China SD stick, okay? Because they don't have a website. And then when he's talking to the guy tells him, "Don't use the firmware on the SD card. Go to this site and use this installation guide from this product and this firmware." It was our site. Like, you cheap motherfucker. Like, if you're gonna do it, go take some time and do it right. Like, don't be a fucking leech. Like, I'm all for the open source shit, but when you're telling people to go to another company's site because you're too lazy to do shit yourself, to set up a fucking website. I can set up a website in an hour, that looks halfway decent. Like, you don't even want to dedicate that much time to buying a domain name and set up a site. I'm sure he's got a web server. Like, he claims he's an IT person. I don't know a single IT person that doesn't at least have a, shared hosting server that they can throw a site up real quick on, like. But, and the problem I have too is then, like, what we're getting is people come to us for help with their fucking products because you can't find shit on them outside of Amazon. And
they
got,
used your install.
Yeah, and you got them pushing people to us, like, it's bullshit. Like, but whatever. We end up then getting them as customers, and they send the other one back. So, in a way, it's marketing for us. Like,
yeah, I bought a.
Yeah, D Park knows about Leo Laporte. Fuck yeah. So does David Stockdale. Leo, I haven't heard one of the shows out. Old curmudgeon. But I don't know. It is what it is. I just, I'm not gonna go out of my way to talk about that kind of shit. But there's a lot of that shit we deal with behind the scenes, and it's just all these sloppy fly-by-night operations. That's like. A lot of people still think that this is like a side thing for me. We're all in. Like, TH3D is my wife and I's livelihood. I don't have any side business. I don't have any more IT clients, nothing. I ain't got shit. Like, this is it. So, sink or swim, baby.
Yeah, I had got a
Look at that.
8.
Hang on.
Oh.
Hang on. We're, aside from the handle, which is about halfway done, we're almost done here. I gotta invert the camera, apparently. Hang on. Rotate. Oh, that's not what I want to do.
It's upside down.
There we go.
Still upside down.
How's that?
Huh.
There we go.
Looks good.
Yeah. So I just gotta get this screw unstuck, but... that ring light.
How long's it taking now?
What, 4 hours?
YouTube says 3.
Okay. I mean, the handle would have been on if that didn't bind up, but it's gonna take me literally 5 minutes to put that on. It's done printing. There we go. Look at that. We get a roll of filament so people can see what it looks like. I don't know if I have any filament around here, guys.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Part of a roll, maybe.
1 or 2 or 5 or 10 or...
Not as many as Nery's, I bet.
Here.
My cat wants to say hi.
Aw. I do miss Clara's out here sleeping on my futon. Look at that. Oh. Yeah, I like that. That looks sharp. What do you guys think?
Um,
And then you can feed it out the top or out the front.
Does it come with the pieces to feed out of with?
Yeah, it does. They got plugs here to plug the holes up. And then they've got 5 fittings here. I'm assuming these are a pretty standard part that I could probably find.
I hope it's not too
here,
sharp.
it says PG7. Oh, it's China export too. So there we go. I mean, this is a nice looking box. I'm not like I love how it looks. Like now it's all together. It looks sharp, especially when I do the palette.
Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be a nice setup.
So let me see where they're recommending mounting the humidifier thing. It looks exactly the same as the one I have. Where they asked, so they have it's the only difference between their kit and what I have is they have a little sensor that, so the front is different. That it's got a snap-in spot, but I've got a laser cutter, so I can cut this if I wanted to. So
are you gonna get the round one or the rectangle one?
I've got the round one that plugs in. What's the roll on the left? That's PLA. PLA, Engine, Color Fab, PLA, PETG, and Silk PLA. Oh, this is actually a 3D Solutech I print all the other parts in. I do not recommend printing this, printing like smaller detail stuff like the like hot end parts, because this doesn't have enough layer adhesion, but this did pretty good on here, so I'll give it that. But these are fairly bulkier, simple parts. But I will not use it for hot end mounts anymore, which is sad because it looks so cool. But in general, stay away from Silk PLAs for anything that's going to be a functional part. It just doesn't have the strength. So here, this is kind of cool. Look at it, springs off to the side. So as soon as you lift it up, it springs over. I like that. I'm happy with it. I think it's like $200. Should maybe a little less than that. I don't know. I didn't think it was too, sparse directions aside. The final product, I like it. I've seen them before. It was on my list of things, and then Aaron's like, well, we got the pallets. You need to buy a RepBox.
Wait, did you say not to use PLA for functional parts?
No. Silk. The Silk PLA.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, their price is really good. So $159 for the black one, and you print your own parts. Oh, wait, that's what them printing their own parts. Actually, $139. So it was less than that. Yeah, so $139 plus shipping. No, do you know how long it would take me to build something like this? It's what, like, so, like, I don't know if you guys noticed, like, we sell those printer enclosures on our site. Those are done by a company called Printed Solid. And could I build my own enclosure? Yes. Have I built my own enclosure? Yes. It took me 3-4 hours to build my own fucking enclosure. They're $200 shipped, and I can have a printer enclosed in, like, 35 minutes. Like, at a certain point, your time is valuable, and these solutions look way better than anything I could do myself, without spending a shit ton of time. I'm seeing what their shipping is. Yeah, so it's $139. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Aaron says, I can make the mount for the heater tomorrow. I still haven't printed mine. Dude, there's 2 brackets in the bag. You screw it to the top. This is like the same heater they're selling. So it's probably the same exact one.
I got my box cheaper on Black Friday. They ran a really good deal.
Well, aren't you just special?
I am.
Yeah, just rub it in. Just rub it in, okay?
I am, and I got a RepBox.
You're lucky this got built, okay?
You're lucky it got built.
So there's their picture showing where those brackets go. The brackets I have for this heater that Aaron got, I think at Dick's, I think he said. He just showed up on his, here's the thing for your RepBox. I was like, what is it? He's like, it's a humidity thing. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. I'm sure there's only so many manufacturers that make these. And you can see here, the only difference between the humidity kit one is it's got a cutoff for display. I'll probably put it in here. I don't think I'm gonna run it, because I don't know if you guys noticed, all these rolls are just open. I never seal my rolls up.
I was gonna say, does it matter for PLA anyway?
Not that much, to be completely honest. People freak out and be like, "Oh, I got to keep it in a sealed bag with desk kit." I used to be like that, and then I'm like, "Yeah, it really doesn't make that big of a difference." Once you've been doing it for long enough, you're just like, fuck it.
Yeah, so my PLA in Louisiana, our humidity is terrible. Like regularly 90%, 95% humidity days for like 2 weeks straight.
Wouldn't 90% humidity just be like it's flooding?
Misting all the time.
Flooding all the time, yes, that's pretty accurate. I can send pictures of my neighborhood underwater.
I gotta look into it. I'm not a scientist. But it's like, wouldn't 100% humidity just be water?
Yeah, so when it's 100,
I guess it would be like, I guess that's a saturation point of the air, like how much water can be in the air. I think that'd probably be more.
So 100% humidity, the real term is relative humidity.
I don't know if you guys see this. These brackets from this bar fit exactly where they show in the guide. So this must be the same exact bar.
You're upside down.
These brackets like literally fit perfectly. Yeah, he shows you just use a fastening with 16mm button head screw. Or I'm willing to bet large enough. Oh, yeah, I can just use the regular. Oh, then I'll have pointy.
So Dennis, what do you do for the state?
Well, I used to be an IT deputy director. Now I do utility enforcement.
What does utility enforcement mean?
Telecommunications, power, gas, water, all the standards and regulations for line heights, public safety, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, these screws
rates, regulation.
I'll just have to remember there's some pointy screws sticking out the back here. I don't feel like dealing with the nuts and bolts. So the question is, how do you get a cord out of this? And mounting the heater bar.
Zip ties?
How's he routing the cable out? He's showing installing it on a fully, this is what I'm saying. Wait. Getting back to the assembly guide. There was no picture of routing the cable. Like, where am I supposed to route this cable out of? Because his is a 120 volt heater too. So where does the cable go out? I'll show you guys what I'm looking at right now. There's no picture of the final assembly with the cable routed out. Like, where am I supposed to? There's no gaps really in this.
Oh, you're gonna have to disassemble the whole thing. I see it. There's a little tab.
No, that's not a tab. There's no way to put, like, there's not an opening there, is what I'm saying. There's no opening in there. I see what you're saying. I mean, I could get the Dremel out and cut one, but
what's the text part of the directions say, not just the pictures?
Snap this in here. All right, well, that's in. That ain't
Sounds like
coming
it's
out.
never going to come out.
That's not gonna. No.
Skookum is frig.
Yeah. Keep your dick in a vice. I haven't even finished this beer. There we go. I will say, I just realized I opened this beer like 2 hours ago, and this was still cold. This thing actually works.
Is it a Yeti?
Huh?
Is it a Yeti?
ASOBU is the brand.
So not a Yeti.
Responsibly made in China.
Responsibly.
I doubt that. But it works. Wait, hang on. Orient the rod so the wire is routing out of the rear corner of the box you remove the knockout from. Where's the knockout, though?
Rear corner of the box.
Okay. Mr. Smartass over here. I can see that, but a picture showing where it is would be helpful.
Hey, Dennis, is working for the state as much as Parks and Rec makes it out to be?
The only thing I can think of is there's like a tiny little knockout that I pulled out earlier, but his cable is the same thickness as mine. This is tiny. I mean, I could widen it with my knife. Like, fuck it.
Man, just get you a hole saw, man.
Ron, I have the Ron Swanson capitalism poster hanging up on my wall back here.
That was a serious question, by the way. You didn't answer yet.
Oh, I've never watched it, so I couldn't tell you. You're not
have you
going
ever
to
watched?
get rich. You're not going to get rich working for the state. And
I've heard.
unlike most people say, think it's not for people standing around watching one guy run a show.
You're also not going to get rich running a 3D print.
Yeah.
Unless you're like like Stratasys or Ultimaker.
But mine's helping people and dealing with public safety, so I get a lot of personal reward out of it. So
look at this man. Selfless.
And I make enough to buy a 3D printer once in a while or something. So
I'll tell you this right now: if I didn't have this company, it's expensive. I had hand print. That's why. What did I buy? I bought something. Oh, that's why I got that card, because that was my extra money, for buying shit. Because I never, all my stuff that I like and want usually is a company expense, so it doesn't count against play money budget.
your chair fund?
No, that was an expense. That was a business expense.
Was it?
Fuck yeah, I sit in this chair 14 hours a day for the company. Yeah, they're paying for it. I say they're like it's some other person's company. But Mr. Buttram is one of the people that told me to just bite the bullet and buy that expense. I don't regret it. I'll tell you right now. I used to get up and be like, oh, out of my other one. None of that anymore. I don't sound like a 50-year-old. I don't sound like my father anymore. Get out of my chair every day. There are some times though when I do sound like him, my wife looks at me. She's like, "You okay there?"
How old are you, Tim?
I am 31 as of I just turned 31 on the 15th.
God, you're a puppy.
And we also hit 10,000 subs on that same day.
I'm 23 and I pulled a back muscle this year.
Oh, poor thing.
I know.
Yeah, all my friends are married. They're starting to have kids now. I feel old.
My friends are having kids. Shit.
You're in Louisiana.
Hey, watch it, bro.
I always joke Like Samantha grew up in like a rural town in Wisconsin. And she's like, you know, my friends already have kids. It's like, you're in rural Wisconsin. What else are you gonna do other than drink and have kids?
Jesus, dude, that's so right.
They're wanting you to unmute them and
oh, Vert. Yeah, hang on. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, well, I just carved this out a little bit with my pocket knife, and we're in business. It's another thing. Oh, you guys, go buy yourself a nice little Leatherman multi-tool. Carry it with you every day.
What about comparing the cable thicknesses?
What?
You were going on about comparing cable thickness.
Cable thickness?
I don't know.
Yeah, you said the whole...
You want to compare thicknesses? Is that what you're saying?
That's what it sounded like.
You said the hole was too small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess mine's more. I guess the heater that Aaron got's a little more girthy than old Pooch's.
Yeah.
There we go. Look at that.
Hey.
Should I have sent him an angry email complaining about all the little things on this?
Only if we can see it first.
I mean, I'm not even going to report this to him because I'm using my own heater bar. Oh, it's his response will probably be, well, you didn't get it from us, so yeah, you're right. That's why I just made it work. My daughter's 28. See how I'm old? Yeah, my wife just turned 29. She does not like the fact. So her birthday is on December 31st, so she like just turned 29. And so she does not like it. I gave her a shit. I was like, yeah, you're going to be 30 this year. Why would you say that? It's like, I'm already 31. Whatever.
See, all us old people in here because we don't need as much sleep.
So I intentionally put my office all the way out in the garage. So that way when we have kids, I have a good physical buffer. And that's an outdoor rated door and it locks to the inside. So.
That's just a way of like, nope.
Yeah, nope. His office. Fuck off. I'm working. You're playing video games. No, I'm working. Yeah, I was.
It's a business expense.
I was so like. I played Counter-Strike Danger Zone yesterday, and Steam reminded me the last time I played was June last year. So yeah, sounds about right. It's probably when I had a LAN party here. Or no, I had a LAN party in August actually. Which means I didn't actually play any games at LAN party. I think I was probably just drinking and hanging out with everybody. So my thing is, he's got these like holes here. Like the screw heads just barely catch him. Like they're way too big for him.
It's too big, it's too small. You gotta pick one.
I'd rather have it be a little tighter than too loose.
Now old people in Discord too.
I'm glad that Discord is like making its way out of like just gamers because it is a really nice platform. Like I'm glad we set one up because it's really cool to be able to like have people pop in and hang out. You know, it's like I explained it to like the older nerds when they're like, "What's Discord?" I was like, "It's like IRC on steroids." Like that's the best way I can explain it.
And less creepy.
Yes.
It's like IRC and like YouTube got together and had a baby or something.
Yeah. Definitely less creepy than IRC. I remember being on IRC. I need an adult. Alright, so I'm going to put my own little personal touch on here. Because they definitely shall put a screw in here, except this hole is like So.
Weren't you asking about Teams the other day, Tim?
Yeah, because we use Ring Central's Clip platform for like our internal messaging.
Yeah.
Contractors and shit. And don't get me wrong, I like it. It works. But a lot of people are gonna start giving me shit now. But I like Microsoft's products for the most part. Like when I was in IT, we did Hyper-V, Exchange. Like I love Exchange. Like we use Exchange for the host Exchange for our mailboxes for the company. So you know,
Shame.
got a lot of those open source guys. They're like Microsoft spelled with a $sign.
Shame.
I was anti-Microsoft for a lot of years, and then finally gave up on that. It's fine. Teams works good. The entire state of Oklahoma uses it. I mean, and it's fairly new to them, but it works really well.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten their shit together. Like they wouldn't be still around if they weren't doing shit right. And like, I don't mind cloud hosting my fucking email. I don't want to maintain an Exchange server. I did that for other people for fucking 8-9 years. Fuck that. Trying to keep all that shit updated. Such a pain in the ass.
I really wish. Well, I don't know.
But it works well. I mean, I run it on my desktop at work. It's on my phone. I have no issues with it. I interact with people and other agencies throughout the whole state all day long on it. No problems.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I don't think we've had a single outage. I don't think we've had a single outage with Office 365. I can't remember when I did IT. Like I think there was like one outage we had, and it was like for 5 minutes. You know, because they're using all these servers and all these data centers to distribute the load. So it's like if one goes down, you might have a brief interruption, but it's just gonna fail over the next thing.
I have some beef with Microsoft.
What? Did Bill touch you in the wrong place?
Basically, yes. We have about 1,000 Windows 7 machines.
Oh God.
I've been there because I did Windows 7 deployments, so I get to laugh at you now because I don't have to do that shit.
Well, that's not even. You're laughing. That's not even the funny part. Windows blocked one of our Mac keys. So about. I'm not going to say exactly how many. Yeah, so Windows 7 is not genuine. You do not know how many fucking machines that have to fucking relicense.
Wait a minute, I didn't think Macs ever got blocked.
Can you push that out through group policy? The registry?
Guess what? We don't use Active Directory.
Oh, that's where you got fucked up. Dude, 1,000 machines, you should have Active Directory.
The problem is that we have 1,000 distributed Windows 7 machines. So these machines travel from different locations all the time. They're always connected to different servers. We'd have to employ a team of people just to maintain Active Directory, and that's not money we need to spend.
Azure? You can do AD in the cloud, buddy. We have AD here, and I've got 5 desktops. No, more than that, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 computers, and we have Azure AD set up.
Azure, huh?
It's literally Active Directory in the cloud. And it integrates pretty much perfectly with Windows 10. I say pretty much, not because I've had issues, but I don't want somebody, well, I had a problem with this little thing on my computer and herder.
You know, so bad a problem is the Mac being expired.
Yeah, how'd you guys fuck that up? Can you contact your rep and get them to renew that? I feel like you should be able to do that.
I feel like our engineer is on the verge of retiring and doesn't care anymore.
I'm laughing because I had
never expired.
You should be able, so you guys were doing the validation locally. You weren't even going directly through Microsoft servers. Well, that's old. Yeah, we did that for one client, and we just use we used Macs just directly from Oh God, I'm having flashbacks to Microsoft Deployment Toolkit now, and it's not good.
You use VLS?
Fuck that. Yes.
Yep.
We're talking like Windows 7 deployment, so that was I haven't touched that in a while, but my MDT, that tool, when it worked, it was great, but it would fucking break all the time.
Can you hire me? Because it sounds like you have a great time not running with 1,000 Windows machines.
I mean, all of our computers. So here's what I say: Windows on my desktop. I got Linux. I got FreeBSD. All my other shit, my network devices. Like, I don't know. I use Windows because it works with all my shit. You know, when I can install a Linux distribution on a computer that's not 10 years old and have Wi-Fi work correctly, then I'll switch. If anybody in chat's messing with Linux and Wi-Fi, you guys know exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
I've messed with
not that bad.
Linux. But
It
not
is that
Linux with
bad.
Wi-Fi.
It's not.
You know what? You know what's not that bad? Wi-Fi driver support on Windows. Like, it just works.
It's like, you know that you can use the Windows driver for your Wi-Fi device, right? It's called NDIS wrapper.
Yeah, but that's jank.
You can compile the driver from source. Like, it's just like, oh, it's like 3 terminal commands. Like, it's all like on their man pages or whatever, and you just copy paste, run in terminal.
Yeah, except
password in.
whatever Neckbeard was responsible for updating that man page didn't update it for like 5 version releases, and then none of the commands work.
Well,
Yeah, exactly. I have tried to switch to Linux many a times.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because it does.
It happens a lot. Do you ever see the guy that he put out a video every year about like what's broken in Linux still? And every fucking year for 10 years, it was Wi-Fi support, and he eventually stopped including it because he's like, it's just never going to get fixed. So I'm going to stop bringing it up because I've brought it up for the last 10 years.
It's like, I actually have a Wi-Fi adapter that like you have to like actually grab and install the package for and like compile it from source, and it is kind of, it's annoying, but it'd be nice if it just worked. But
look at that! I used those
puppy.
muscles. Oh yeah, the nerd muscles. And I just ripped that bolt in half with 2 pliers.
Show me the puppy. I want to see the puppy.
You want to see my bitch? Okay. Come here. Come on. Up. Yeah. Here's my baby. Hi.
Oh, it's a puppy.
She will be 1 year next month on the 10th, I think. Yeah. She's a killer. I got
Massive paws.
Yeah, just a little bit. Like, she's like at least 75 pounds, and she's not even a year. I got her from a guy that started the CR10 Facebook group. Him and his wife breed shepherds. We tried to find a rescue for like 6 months, and he goes, so he's like, you guys ever find a dog yet? I was like, we've been trying, we've been applying, and no one gets back to us, or they're like, you know, like I feel like we're like the ideal home. Like, I've had dogs all my life, so I've experience with puppies and dogs. We're home all the time. We have a fenced-in yard. We have 2 acres of land. You know, and we've got 4 cats, so we were just looking for ones that were good with cats. Okay, none of them got back to us. Like, there was one that was like, yeah, you're not. We don't think you're qualified to own a dog. Like,
Qualified.
Like, yeah, but they let anybody have a fucking kid. Like, I'm just saying. I lost the top to my beer thing.
How are you not qualified to own a pet?
Fuck if I know. So he goes, like, because I've always done rescues. This is the first, like, you know, purebred.
It's on the right side of your table.
What?
Where you were doing the RepBox. It was
Oh,
right.
right here. Yeah, so I was like, my wife was like, well, I don't want a puppy. I was like, well, if we get her as a puppy, then she can grow up with the cats and know to not fuck with them. She occasionally chases them, but they have pointy things. So, but she's good with them. But yeah, so he goes, yeah, we'll have a litter ready She'll be like 9 weeks by the time we drive up from Murph. I was like, okay. So, and my wife picked out. He sent him a bunch of pictures. Sent us a bunch of pictures and videos of them, and there were 2 girls and a boy from that litter. And my wife picked the girl. So that's Clara. She probably wants to go inside. And she'll put herself to bed. If we're in, like in the living room, she will go into the bedroom. We're like, where's the dog? And we go and she's passed out on the bed. Like she puts herself to sleep. And the funny thing is, like, we'll, like she can, I don't care if she sleeps in bed with us, but she'll get up in the middle of the night and go to the guest room. And we're like, are you kidding me? It's gonna leave us. You can't sleep with us. God forbid, you know, we accidentally hit you with our foot when we, you know, move.
You probably snore too loud.
All I'm gonna say is there's snoring and it's not me. just saying. That's it. She's a really good dog though. Like, you know, she's chewed up a total of 1 2-prong extension cord when she was like 3 months old. And when she was 4 months old, she got the cord of a blanket, like a heated blanket. But literally, that's the only thing she's chewed up. She hasn't touched anything in a while. So, and she is smart. Don't get a German Shepherd unless you want a dog that figures shit out real quick. And like, not just training them, not the stuff you want them to figure out real quick, but like opening a sliding glass patio door.
Man, we had a beagle, and it's basically a little human.
Yeah,
we'll get into every single.
But they're yappy though, aren't they? It probably barks and howls all the time though. That's why, like, every beagle I met is like, ooh. I can't stand it. Can't do it.
Very vocal. Yeah.
Yeah. Like she'll like. Well, I don't know if she'll do anything because I don't have any treats. Come here, Clara. Clara, come here. Oh, she's bringing me a toy. Come here. Come on. Sit. Speak. Yeah? You shake? Good girl. Lay down. All the way down. There you go. Go again. Yeah. She's sharp. You know, like, I've watched her work stuff out. I'm like, sitting there watching, I'm like, she's going to figure this out. And then she figures out, I'm like, that dog. I was like, she actually sits down and thinks about something. She figures it out. Aaron's apparently watching, said Blue just freaked the fuck out. Oh yeah, admin from hell. You can link me something. I'm in Discord if you want to. There's a live streams channel. Oh yeah, if you guys want to share something relevant to the live streams, while we're on live streams, you can post it in the live streams Discord channel. Oh, what Aaron said, Blue is Aaron's dog, and he brings Blue here to the shop with her, and like they grew up together, and so they're best buddies. Aaron's dog's a lab pit mix, and if I ask Clara where she is, she'll look around and then cry. I can also pretend like I steal her nose, like I'm gonna get her to do it. Oh, I got it. You gonna sit? You want your nose? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Like, fine. Give me my toys. So, I think that about wraps that up. How far is that handle print done? I mean, it's just a handle. Did you guys see the look on her face when I was like, got your nose? And she's like, well, what is this sorcery?
All right, well, it's nice hanging out with you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's fun. Hey, look at that. Only hour and 45 minutes, and I'm 90% in. It's only got 10 minutes left. That's pretty good for a little 8-bit board there. A little 8-bit board with some Trinamic 2208s plugged into it. Don't make me laugh, it'll wake the wife. She's so expressive. I love like she just looks at you and it's just like she's very expressive with her facial expressions. Yeah, you're cute. Why you get away with shit. You sit. Come on, process the command. There you go. All right, well, now's the time to bother me in chat. So if you guys got questions, as you can see, it is finally done. I think our final time was 3 hours 35 minutes. I'm not going to count this because this is 2 screws. So, and
Extra parts.
Yeah, they did give you. They did.
The screws first.
What's that?
So be sure and try the nuts on the screws first before you put it on.
That is very sound advice. Oh, Admin from Hell says his dog has surgery in 2 hours. Well, hopefully everything goes well, bud. I hate when pets get sick. See my wife freak out when Clara ate, like, there was a little dish with white chocolate Hershey Kisses, and like she's 75 pounds. It's just not gonna do shit from her. So you know what I mean. But my wife's like, "But it's chocolate." I was like, "It's white chocolate." It's like, here.
There isn't any coca and white chocolate. It should be fine.
There's not even enough. It's not the coca. There's some ingredient that's similar to caffeine. It's like a stimulant. That's what's actually dangerous to them. But again, not enough in 8 little Hershey Kisses in white chocolate.
Bromide or bromine or something.
Yeah.
But it was like, should we go to the vet? I was like, no, she's fine. Like, she'll throw it up. I was like, she's 75 pounds. She ate 8 Hershey Kisses based on their weight. Or that's not the worst thing she's eaten. But the funny thing is, we have a security camera in our living room, and she literally plucked them out of the dish on the table one by one and unwrapped them and ate them. Like, how the hell did she figure that out?
I posted my boy in live streams.
Oh, is he a little pit? Is he a pit mix or?
He's American Bulldog. 85 pounds. There ain't nothing little about him.
Yeah, no, they're little balls of muscle.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. He said Admiral Farrell said she had her anal glands removed last year, and that gave her issues. Now she has an infection. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like something they should be able to take care of fairly easily. My parents had if people are wondering what I'm doing, I'm putting they got these little, like, hole filler cap things and put them in the top holes here. I'm going to put them in all the holes, and then I'll fill up all the holes in this box, and then I'll take out what I need when I actually go to use it to figure out where I'm going to feed everything from. So, I won't know. I got to figure out where I'm putting this box and the printer.
I was going to say, you figured out what printer you're going to try it on?
So here's the thing. My Ender 3 Pro is like my kind of go-to machine, but I also don't want to have to be like... I don't want to be like... I don't know, having to like bypass it to do like a normal print, because I'm not going to be using it a ton. But I do have a few machines I can put it on, because it can go on any printer really.
Put it on one of your large format ones. That way you got all the bed size you can possibly need.
If I put it on there, you could actually use it for you can put it on there and like they have a mode where it'll just splice in new rolls. So if you got a really long print, you can just keep feeding it filament and it'll splice all the rolls together, which is kind of neat. I mean, I do have... Oh, I actually have... I haven't posted anything about it, but under this desk here that I'm working on, I've got a pre-release printer from Anycubic that just came in yesterday, and I got one from Orion Motor Tech sitting in the back corner there. So there's a little insider information. Don't you feel special now?
Oh yeah! Didn't you just have a E16 too?
Ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a E16. It's in the farm right now. It's actually running great. There's a guy, Bill Blight, that pops in. He's in our Discord. He pops in on the streams. He's got one too, and he's having fun with it. A lot of machine for the price too. Not saying it's perfect, but for what you get and what you pay for, it's pretty decent. So especially since that new ANET board design is actually pretty, still Melzy, but like they took feedback and beefed up the terminals, put a physical fuse on there. Like, you know, I can't rag on it too much. Like it gets the job done. And it's a lot better design than their other one.
To say it probably runs better than my E12.
E12, I don't have those. I do know that the beds were incredibly unstable on those. And my E10 has been completely overhauled. I would not, unless someone, you can get an E10 for like $100 or less, go for it, knowing that it's a project. But the E10, like, you gotta remember, like, just in like the last year, so many new machines came out at price points that were unheard of, you know, a year ago, or a year or two ago, if that. You know, so it's like all these other printers, people are looking like, well, why are people buying these? It's like, well, because at the time it was a good deal, you know. So, and those other machines, you know, they do have the communities around them, and there's people that have made parts for them, so they're worth it if you can get a good price on them and know that you're gonna have to put some work into it, you know. But the reality is, most of these printers, unless they're a complete pile, I've only had one that I scrapped. You guys saw that. Actually, I take that back. I have two that I scrapped. The Bluer and the Ender 4. Ender 4 was hot garbage. Hot garbage. That HBOT design that they advertised as a Core XY, that was fucking terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. I just rather than sitting here staring at this. I like it. I'm happy with it. Especially for, like, I thought we had paid more for it, but apparently not. $140. Yeah, if you guys got the, like, even just for a filament spool, like, it looks nice. You know, I think it looks professional because then you just feed all your filaments in it. I'm definitely gonna bring this with to Murph and stuff. So, I am happy with my purchase.
Speaking of that ANET E10, I actually ported that over to Marlin 2.0 not too long ago, and that's part of 2.0 now.
It's not hard to do one printer. Try doing 30.
Oh, I know. well, I've probably done like 30, 40 of them total, but like that just happens to be one of the ones that I did.
Yeah, no, I mean, Marlin, like, if you know how to set up the configs, you can get it up and running pretty quick. My whole thing with what's going to take so long to get the 2.0 out from us for the 8-bit is the fact that I've got to account for all these different models and make sure everything compiles correctly. The plus side is with Platform.io, I can actually do a bulk compile now. So you guys will start seeing binary files for stock machines from us for the next release. Like, so, but I got to sit down. Like, you guys know, I'm very anal about making sure everything's tested and all the features work correctly. So, like, I'm not just going to throw it out there and be like, yeah, I think it works, or it should work, you know. What? So how do these little, like, bars work? Like, what's the science behind them? Like, does it get hot? Like, does it heat up? Anybody have any experience with these? It says, I'm assuming it heats up because it says, do not touch the rod after plugged in. I'll clean the window after I put the piece on, which should be done in a sec here. It's actually printed pretty quick.
Looks kind of like one of like a fish tank heater or something.
The Chiron, we haven't put the Chiron ahead of everything else because we paid for that. Anycubic didn't give a shit for that.
Do you like it?
I don't know. It's still in the box over there. What are you doing, dog? What are you? She wants to go to bed. She's like sitting here looking at me, like looking at the door, like, "I go to bed." Because if she has to go OUTSIDE, she'll hit the bells that are on the service door in the garage. Look up goldenrod heatets. Oh, heaters. I'm assuming you meant heaters. Dehumidifiers. Okay. Yeah, they're for gun safes. I know they're really common. I'm just curious how it works. Is just because it raises the temperature? Hot surface, avoid contact. Like I'm wondering about the science behind it. That's what I'm wondering about. Is like, how does it, like, just because it gets hot, how does it keep that temp maintained? How does it affect the humidity? I'm missing something here. It's gonna be something stupid, so. Let's see. How do gun safe dehumidifiers work? Yeah, raising temp drops the relative humidity. That's what I was thinking, but I want information. Gotta know how stuff works, man. It's just me.
Take it apart.
You gotta find out how that magic works.
Well, it's just gonna be a heating element. It's probably pretty simple.
It's almost like that first time somebody takes apart like a BL Touch, and they're like, it's just a little piece of metal pin and a magnet.
And a AT tiny IC on there.
Yeah, it's metal coil.
I'm gonna show people's puppers on stream here. We'll send their puppers in. Got Dennis's pupper. Let me switch over. Yeah, we got Dennis's pupper. Oh, is that like his chair? That looks like his chair.
That's his expensive leather couch.
Oh, that dog is not spoiled at all. And the admin from hell, are these your puppers? Oh, are these your puppers? You got a shepherd too? Hi, Clara. Clara's like, you looking at other dogs? Yeah. What are you doing? Cheating on me? Looking at other dogs? Hi. Jesus Christ. Hi. I see you. Yes, you want attention. Dear God.
Sees you looking at other dogs.
I know. Dad. Dad, are you cheating on me?
Like, what about me? What about me?
Thinking about cheating on me? They're so cute. Oh. You have two. He also has two cats, Cisco and Megabyte. That's funny. We have 4. We have the first 2 I got as a pair, Diesel and Archer. Sorry, not Diesel and Archer. Cyril and Archer. So Cyril Figgis and Sterling Archer. From the show Archer. Oh, here's Mr. Buttrams. Oh. What breed is that? Is he in here still? He's not. I feel like I know the name, but it's on the tip of my tongue.
Looks like a boxer.
That's what I was thinking. Samantha's one of her family members. They've always had boxers. One of my buddies has boxers too, and I'm not talking about the clothing item. But yeah, that's a big shepherd. Looks big in the pictures. Could just be in relation to the small dog. I can only imagine those 2 dogs playing. The big ass shepherd and the little dog. Oh, I got only a couple minutes left on that print. I love how Octoprint was like 15 minutes ago. We had 10 minutes left. Time estimates. I'm pretty sure whoever wrote all these slicer time estimates is the same guy that did the time estimate for Windows file copies. I'm just saying.
Did you see Scott put out 2.02?
No.
Yesterday? Last night?
Did he?
Oh boy. It's been a little rough, but I think it's sorted out today.
Clara, go lay down.
I saw like right when he put it out, like it just wouldn't compile, and I immediately was like, "Oh, you need to fix this," but it's fixed today.
There was a
was
Marlin release. I think it was Clara. Stop! Jesus, this dog is being so needy right now. It's weird. Hi, I see you. Yes, I see you. I'm petting you.
You were looking at other dogs.
I know. Later, I'll come out and take it easy. I'm about to wrap this up in a sec here. Oh, it finished. I'm just taking a look at this. So, did he reply to my bug report still open?
Yeah, he seems to be investigating.
I have spent like 30 hours on this issue over the last last week.
I saw you had a couple videos there, and like,
yeah,
I'd imagine not on video, and
there's a ton.
I've messed with it a little bit.
Someone else had chimed in here.
Yeah, they post their configs. I saw that.
So there was a post I made, or I said I took a shot in the dark after the Insanity Automation guy brought up the bed level.cpp, and he said it looked like something was flipped. And I flipped them, and I noticed that it was doing the inverse of what it was. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to just try commenting these out and see if it fixes the issue. And it does.
I saw that.
So, but the only thing is, what Insanity Automation's a guy named Dave Menzel. He does like the firmware stuff for Tiny Machines. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, he's a Marlin dev. Talks to him a few.
Yeah. But him and I were talking, and he said, yeah, it would, so if I put that in my Marlin 2 branch, it would be fine for the printers. But when you start getting to deal with tool changers, then it's going to start messing with stuff. Because what that's supposed to be doing is applying the compensation. When if a tool, you can pull a tool off, and it's got a slightly different offset, it's not going to reapply that offset that's set for that tool. Does that make sense? So, but if you only have one print head, then it's not going to affect anything. Because if you comment those two lines out here, then that Z drift goes away and it's working correctly. So, but a lot of this stuff is way over my head because you start digging into the bed leveling code and you got all sorts of math going on, and that's.
But like, if that's the case, why isn't it just set up with an if extruders equal 1, disable?
Well, because there's still the bug.
Greater than 1.
They still got to fix the bug.
Yeah.
All right, ready? We're gonna flex it off. I got the easy flex. Didn't come out too bad. 80 millimeters a second on a machine that I really haven't tuned the firmware on that much. Look at that. It's not bad. 2 hours. 30% infill, 3 outer shells, 0.2. This has got a 2560 board in it.
Look better in blue.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going two-tone now because the handle, see, does it fit? Oh, it does. Look at that. Hang on, let me switch over. Looks better than just in blue. Look at that. Yeah, I dig it.
Yeah, looks good.
Oh, yeah. All right. I put a screw in the back here for the handle.
Make sure the nuts work.
I will check my nuts, okay? I'll make sure my nuts are in order before I shove them in the hole.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You missed that part, Bert. Or didn't miss it, one way or the other.
I was trying not to say anything. I got a good laugh out of it, though.
Tim struggled with his nuts tonight.
Yeah, I had some problems with my nuts. They kind of spun in place and just ripped the walls up.
Got stuck.
They kind of just spun in place and ripped the walls up.
Yeah, on the print. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Then he had to twist them off.
Yeah, I had to get 2 sets of pliers and twist and pull hard. Do you see this? You see this dog? Look at, she's like doing the whole like, I'm guilting you by resting my head on your leg and looking adorable. Like, how do they learn this shit? Like, dogs just pick this up. They're just like, okay, this is how you get the humans to do what you want. You just make them feel terrible for ignoring you because they're busy.
Mine does the same thing.
Just look at them with those eyes. Can't say no. Oh wait, I need to spin my nuts on. Hang on, I'm spinning the nuts on a screw. Hang on. Okay, that one's good. Oh, come on. Oh! That is not for you, Claire.
Actually had somebody asking me earlier, like, why like the speeds were so slow for like the 3D touch, BL touch, and it's just like, yeah, if you turn them up any higher, the accuracy just goes out the window. It's like, but yeah, but if you got the easy ABL, you could put it up to like way faster.
G80.
Tim was saying he was getting up to like 14 times 60 for that. And I'm running it like 4 times 60.
Did we lose him?
Sorry, my mic accidentally got muted.
He was playing with his nuts.
I was. I dropped one. But no, he was like, it's just, you know, it takes forever. I was like, well, it's because, like, I'm assuming if he's saying his probing's taking forever, it's because he's got a BL touch on our board.
Yeah.
Like,
I was like, yeah, buy an easy ABL. You can crank the speed right up.
What I told him, I was like, here's where you can modify, but you're going to get worse accuracy. It has nothing to do with our board. It has everything to do with the sensor. And I'd rather send out firmware that has the optimal values for that sensor instead of just trying to make people's probing go faster and then they complain about the board not reading the sensor correctly. It's like,
Yeah, this is pretty much the conversation I had earlier with him.
Like, I don't know. Tell them to do something to make the accuracy better. Like, not having a moving probe going in and out. I don't know. Just accuracy aside, I just don't like the mechanical aspect of that probe.
I've broken a few of the needle things on it, and I've had to order more.
Well, and people are like, well, you can buy a new needle.
If it didn't have one, you wouldn't break it.
If you didn't have one, you wouldn't need to buy one in the first place.
It's like there's definitely advantages to like the setup you offer.
Yeah,
for sure.
There's a guy asking about the CRX with the LCD. So I have the firmware done, but it's only for the stock board. And the mount for the CR10S Pro actually works for that too. It's all the same chassis. However, our board we have is only single extruder, so that won't exactly work since that's a dual extruder machine.
Really not that tough to switch it over.
The board?
Well, no,
I was like, the board doesn't even have a second E driver, or a hot enough. But how are you magically how are you magically now getting this second E driver out of thin air?
Yeah, I thought we were talking like the config for it.
Yeah, no, they could do it. You don't need any special adapters for that board. You can just put a 12864 on it and call it a day. All right, so I'm manually threading these in here. This one got in all the way, but now taken out, it's like wanting to walk out on me.
One of your nuts walked out on you?
It's like binding up trying to unscrew, because I was like, I'm threading it in right now. I threaded it in all the way and it went smooth, But now it doesn't want to come out. This handle's just cursed, apparently.
Tolerance is out of whack?
And it's not going to be the part unless there's like, I don't even know.
I'm not looking at it like we're looking at the case still, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. And I don't want to screw this part up again and have to reprint it again. Like
Typical setbacks.
Like why is this a problem with this product? I don't get it.
We're going to see it sitting on the shelf with duct tape.
Like this screw is stuck in here now. Like it threaded all the way in smoothly, but now it won't come back out. Like this doesn't make any sense. And you can see here the nut's trying to walk out of the part because it won't spin now. Like what the hell? Try to put some lube on it. Don't even start.
It gets weird way too fast when you start talking mechanical things. His nuts are walking on him, and now he's lubing his nuts. Like I don't.
Drops his nuts.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it would thread smoothly in and now it won't come out. That's where I'm confused here.
One-way nuts.
Jesus Christ. This is bullshit.
I'm waiting for the whole rage to happen where he like throw it across the room, freak out.
Like
he had to cut it apart last time.
They're just printing this fucking part. Like I don't understand. Unless part of the Ruby, do not get the Chameleon 3D unless you want to blow your stepper drivers out. You guys ever see that? The Chameleon 3D?
That's the one where like it just literally just shuts them off and switches?
It just literally hits the head. Why did this get flagged? Insert a small flat screwdriver under the edge of the nut as a wedge. That got flagged by YouTube.
You start talking mechanical thing, sounds a little too dirty apparently.
No, that's a good idea, but the thing is, I can't get the fucking screwdriver in here because this wing is in the way. Like, oh, you know what? I can shove a tip from my precision kit in here. That would work, because I can get that in there. Shoving my flat tip in the nut.
Yep. Make sure you really get it in there.
Man, if somebody grabbed some sound bites from all my streams, they'd have one hell of a soundboard.
That'd be pretty funny.
China.
Oh, you guys won't hear that because it's coming over my headphones. The little soundbite when Trump's like, China. Wow. Oh. We're making some progress with it wedged in there.
It sounded like things were going well, and then it was just extreme letdown.
I'm familiar with that process.
Seems pretty typical of, like twisting your nuts, dropping them.
Okay, it's like threading in and out, but only a little bit. Like, what the hell is going on here? I need more lube. What was the answer? I'm gonna get the T-handle because I feel like I'm just gonna strip the shit out of this little precision China bit. Let's bust out the Bond hose.
You want to go ahead and kick off another one of those to print while you're thinking about it?
Yeah, it might be a good idea because you're probably gonna break this one.
Thanks for the fucking...
The vote of confidence. It's more like I just kind of like seen that happen way too many times, and if you just kind of address it now, it might be faster.
Fuck it, here. Fuck this handle. Like,
knew it was coming. Like,
all right,
I've
well,
been there.
I guess that's
like...
the end of the stream because I'm not waiting for another one of these to fucking print. I guess I'll come back tomorrow. Like, Jesus, it's a fucking handle. I spent like a fucking hour on a handle. Like, I'm just gonna get my own nuts and screws and not use these nuts and screws because they're obviously fucking cursed. You okay there? Who's dying in the background?
That's like a typical 3D printing experience. Like, you're like, oh, this is great. I got it. It's all printed. It's great. And you try to use it. It just doesn't work.
It wasn't the print. The fucking screw is binding up in the nut for some fucking reason. Like, I threaded it on like I'm doing this one right now.
One-way nuts, I'm telling you.
No, it unscrews fine. There's no such thing as a one-way nut.
It's new from China. They released it right before the new year.
I've had this for months. I'm going to tell Pooch his nuts suck. I'm just going to send him a tweet. At Repkord, your nuts suck. Just no other context.
It's like trying to put toothpaste back in the tube. It doesn't work.
I'm just going to, just no other context. That's all it's going to say. Just your nuts suck. Okay, I have a screw and a nut that are both perfectly moving.
Till you put it in that handle.
Well, here's the thing. I'm just going to put them in and screw it because I'm not taking it off again. So if they stay on there forever, it is what it is. I have never had this many problems with my nuts before.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've never had this many problems with just nuts and bolts.
Give it a few years.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're still young.
Yeah, you guys are old.
Only a little.
I'm pretty sure I got the concert t-shirts older than you, Tim.
You got what?
Concert t-shirts.
From what, like the Grateful Dead or something?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I just thought of the most... Dear God, dog, you were so needy. Hi. You just see
That's
an
why
ear.
you love her, though.
You just see an ear sticking out of the corner. Look at this big bushy... I love her tail. She's got like a table clearer. Seriously, it's like at the oh God, I pet her and now she's in my lap. Oh God. What is going on? You are so needy tonight. Hi. Oh, I know. You're a good girl. Dogs are the best. I mean, I love my cats, but like, my cats don't do this. They don't be just like, I just need you to love me. Just need you to love me, Dad. Look at this. She's
Cats
like,
just need you to serve them.
our cats are really friendly, but like, you know, if a dog fucks something up, you yell at a dog, the dog's like, oh, I fucked up, I'm sorry, and the cat's just like, stop yelling at me.
Yeah, go clean up my mess.
Yeah. So, all right, anybody I don't even know how many people are watching right now. 29 people. And we got 29 likes. That's the first time the amount of viewers matches the likes. So does anybody have any questions before I wrap this up, other than how my nuts are doing? I'll let you know tomorrow.
He's got to go clean the lube.
See if there's any responses. I'll probably hang out in Discord for about 10-15 minutes before I get off. Or, like, actually stop. But hey,
Yeah, we know how that usually ends.
Yeah,
like, oh, I'll be there for like 10 minutes, and like
yeah, we
4
chase,
hours
and
later.
then we end up chasing bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was pretty good because it was like 2 hours into it before you asked, and he never actually ever bought anything from you.
Right. I could have just been like, oh well, yeah, it sucks. But I mean, it's amusing to me because we weren't able to like fully see that issue, on our machines because the accuracy is so high, and then it took a BL Touch user to be able to isolate that. It's just funny to me.
I don't even notice it on my 3D Touch, but I get like 5 micron on it. So
you saw what we get. It's way better than 5 micron.
I've gotten like 3, like a couple of times, but
let me just
most of the time
pull
it's about
this
5.
out. You're like 0.05, right? You were saying?
Typically, between like 0.0 or like 3 micron and 5 micron is typical of what I get on.
Like if we don't pull at least 0.01, we usually will ask the customer to send it back to us so we can test to see if there's something wrong.
I could probably get it down there if I cut that speed in half. But like it's just not worth it at that point. It's just so incredibly slow. You go from 5 minutes to 10.
What's the center to center distance of the small screw holes? It's all good. You don't need to send me a cabinet pull. How come I interfere with the first print with the easy ABL? I print, the first layer messes up, and I run the same file. It works again fine. I would need more information than that. Run the M48 test and see what you're getting, because then if you're getting a good result, then you can rule the probe out. But first layer could be you're too high, too low, or your surface needs to be cleaned, or you just have a surface that's not adhering properly. Would probably be the best way I could explain that. Post some pictures in the live stream chat. You got a picture.
Yeah, that usually helps.
Yeah, pictures, like there's like, what is it? Pictures worth 1,000 words or whatever. Like usually if someone sends me a picture, like show me what your first layer looks like. Usually I can deduce a lot.
You get a lot of people that are just like, oh, this is happening with like no prior details or anything, what the machine is. Like,
well,
like, how am I supposed to...
same guy with the BL Touch was like, well, I'm just having issues with my EasyBoard with Octoprint. What issues? What, can you give me some context? Like, can you tell me what the problem is? Like, because I use Octoprint with our boards all the time. Like, I don't use SD cards. So that, telling me what the problem is, it's probably going to be a USB cable. Like, usually it's a shitty USB cable or their SD card and their Octoprint install is going bad. Like, it's usually one of those two things. Okay, so admin from hell. One thing I asked for if you missed it, can the fade bug affect other axes? No, I don't think so. It's just Z.
Would it?
Yeah, it wouldn't. There's no code that's going to modify that, so it wouldn't. What happens if you run G29 10 times in a row with your sensor? It generates the mesh 10 times and overwrites it on every single run. Yeah, those of you guys that don't know, if you're not already in the Discord, our Discord is excellent for just any help with the printer. We've got, just under our support, we've got channels for 3D prints, dual extrusion, general support, easy ABL, slicing help, direct drive, MKS, SKR, ramps boards, Octoprint, BL Touch or other ABLs, and then the easy board. So, there's, like right now, online, there are, and this is like midnight our time. I'm sure a lot of the people in our group or in our server in the US, we still have over 600 people online right now. So it's very active. When you do a G28 and G29 a bunch of times with a brand new stock Ender 5 Plus, it forgets its location, crashes into the edge of the frame. Yeah, it's because Creality has no fucking clue what they're doing when they set up firmware.
Agreed.
I'm
Most of
not
those Chinese companies have no idea. They don't have a coder on staff or nothing. They just kind of like, good enough.
At least Creality provides source now.
Yeah, it's a plus. I tried to explain that to somebody on your Discord the other day, and they're like, "Well, I bought it, and like, I got the hex file from the company directly, and it still doesn't work." And it's just like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, my ABS print's done.
And then like I try and explain like everything, and it's just like, oh, it's just so far beyond their skill level that it's just like, I can't. It's like I can't break it down far enough. Apparently.
I hear you're official G-Tech support now.
I've been official. Well, I am G-Tech forum admin vert, but
I know what I do.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Oh God. You say I don't know what I'm doing, but and then he like shows me all his stuff. It's like, it looks like you got money. Like that's what it looks like.
It looks like you just went on Amazon and bought every recommended printer product.
Yeah, like that's what it looks like. It's like you got all that filament, but like clearly you're not making anything with it.
Is the phrase crapality catching on? Is that finally happening? Because this guy is like, I figured it was crapality. Yeah. So, I hate Creality's touchscreens, so you'll probably never see support for Creality's touchscreens from anything we do. You're just going to see conversion kits like we have. If you swap the LCD and flash your firmware, the Ender 5 is a nice machine. Mine is off right now because I got tired of listening to loud-ass fans and I haven't switched them out for the ones we sell. Or put the Wi-Fi outlet on it yet. That's on my to-do list for this week. But after that stream I did on doing some upgrades to it, it has been printing every day up until today, printing maker coins in preparation for Murph. There's like a pile of them sitting in front of the printer right now. It's been a decent machine, but yeah, their touchscreen and their firmware sucks. The BL Touch on it sucks. Like I was only getting 0.02, which Vert's probably like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that is like that's.
But I slapped my sensor
to get
on
5
there.
micron.
But like, I slapped my sensor on there, and I'm getting a minimum of 0.002. So
that's what happens when you make a quality product. Like, what do you want me to say?
I'm not saying the BL Touch isn't a quality product. I'm just saying the technology isn't. It's got moving parts. Like that's what it comes down to. You're not going to be able to get super accurate readings when you have a ton of like those moving parts, and it's all, especially now, it's all fucking plastic too. The tolerances are all over the fucking place. Their older ones, the metal ones were much tighter and they didn't wobble as much. So you got all that play in that fucking needle, Can you use a CR10S screen? You technically could. It's a CR10S board, but will it work with how I have our firmware set up? I don't know. But the source code's available, so you can do whatever you want with it. But the whole kit from us is like $20. So do you want to screw around with that screen for hours, or $20 and you got something that's guaranteed to work?
How much is your time worth?
Yeah. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but that's like, going on our site. I'm pretty sure we price it at like $20. And that's included the printed part, which takes 9 hours to print. So, that's like $20 everything. Screws, hardware, cables, screen. Like, literally just install it and update the firmware. There you go. I'm pulling up right here. Main monitor. Yeah, so. Yeah, here. So, that's PLA. The price difference here is PLA or ABS. So with ABS, $23 comes with the screen, all the hardware. So you're not having to source all these screws or the LCD and the cable. This all works with our firmware. So, and you don't need ABS really. People do it because it's a little more durable, but PLA parts are also really durable. I just give people the option. Do you want ABS or PLA? Because we can do both. But literally $20, and if you're in the US, you can go first class shipping on this, which is like $3. So, but literally everything's here you need. So if you go here to the case, here's the oh, there it goes. With all these weird sometimes. So there's literally an STL file to the one we based it off of. It's a little bit harder to print because it's got the logo on it and the overhangs suck on it. But you're gonna spend 8 to 9 hours printing this case, and then you're gonna have to find these screws, which are, I think I have them listed here, M3x8, M4x10, and M14 nuts. And you're not gonna be able to just buy like 3 of these. You're gonna have to buy a whole set. So you're easily over the cost of just buying the kit from us. So, because you're gonna spend, I'll tell you right now, 100, like you can buy 50 T-nuts for like $6 on Amazon, and the M4 bolts, another $6. You're already at $12, plus you M3x8s, you're another $6. You're already more expensive, and you still don't have the screen. So,
and it comes with nerds.
It does come with nerds and a sticker.
Now, I got a cheesy little half-size pixie stick.
I didn't even think about that. I'm like sitting here, like, because I know the pricing on like buying like, you know, packs of screws from Amazon. This is a really good fucking deal, because if you're not doing a ton of projects and you don't have this shit laying around, like, this is way cheaper than doing it by piecing all this stuff together. Like, yeah. So, and these are all printed at a 0.2 layer height. So, yeah. You literally swap this out, you update the firmware. It'll probably take you like 20 minutes tops. So, I gotta edit that video. I shot the video. It's very self-explanatory. You're literally just gonna connect EXP1 to the board's EXP1, the EXP2 to the board's EXP2, mount the screen, and flash the firmware. There's 4 screw holes right here. They're not installed in the picture, but the M3 screws go in the corners, and then there's your M4 with the T-nuts. So, and then you just update, you just flash the board. It's already got a bootloader. Sidewinder X1, that machine's going to be in my office at the end of the week because Aaron got the screen mounts done. I think initially I don't know if we're going to do Marlin 2 or Marlin 119. The reason we would do Marlin 2 is so we can have the LCD that's the touchscreen on there still having some functionality while also having the 12864 LCD, or if I'm just going to tell people to disable it for a little bit until we get everything over to Marlin 2. So it's kind of in this weird transition period where I'm adding new printers on that are 8-bit boards that'll run perfectly fine on the Marlin 119 branch we have, but I'm also trying to gear up to go over to 2.0, but I can't just like kind of start throwing stuff out there. It's a pain. Trying to figure out that cutoff, and like this industry moves fast, so as new machines are coming on, it's like, okay, well, what firmware branch are we putting this on? So, but yeah, that's about it. Trying to think. I just realized that print just started. No Z offset bug. Didn't have to adjust it all. It just printed. Oh, you guys can't see it from this shot, but here, like, I literally just restarted that print. It's going, and I can see from here the skirt went down real nice. So, yay! I think someone else had a question. Oh yeah, I have an Ruby says I have an E16 bought the CR10 hot end mount to have eccentrics. Yeah, that should work because that's a V slot. I also bought a clone BMG extruder in the TH3D V6 and the hot end. Is there a mount you prefer to do direct drive? I haven't done one with the BMG. You're probably going to have a lot of problems with that clone BMG because I have not heard a lot of good things about the knockoff ones. Quite a few of my buddies in our, like, we got a little group chat for all the 3D printing nerds, and my buddy's on like his 3rd BMG clone because like the bearings keep going out or the gears eat into the the injection molded casing. That's definitely one of those extruders you want to buy a genuine of. So just be aware of that. So if you start getting weird issues, you should be checking that clone one first. But if you're swapping the carriage, then any CR10 one should fit that. Hi, dog. My dog is back. You can't see her. She's out of frame, but pressing into my legs to let me know she's here. Like, Dad, I'm here, just in case you forgot. I'm right here. I love how big the ears are on German Shepherds. They're so cute. Well, I only drank 1 beer today. Maybe my nuts would have had better luck if I had 2 beers or 3. I got a lot of M3
beer nuts.
Beer nuts. There was I got this like bar mix from Menards that was like what is it called? Utz was the brand, but it was so good. I need to get that again. I love Menards. Menards is dangerous. I go in there getting like one thing and I come out like with a bunch of shit. So, anyways, since everybody's calming down in chat here and everybody's quiet. So yeah, I printed an extra quarter bracket. I still have 1. But I'm going to wrap the live stream up and hope you guys had fun. I'm actually really excited to start using this because now I can use my palette. Oh, you hear how... Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear that. Do you hear it? The squeak? Ooh.
Need to lube those.
I am. Hang on, let me just money shot.
You were too busy lubing your nuts. You didn't lube the...
I didn't lube the hinge.
Yeah.
This 3-in-1 PTFE lube is not. Try to get in all the crows.
If I did that, I'd have a half a bottle of it in there.
I'm just barely squeezing.
Make sure you work it in with your hands after.
Kind of rub
Look
it
at
around.
that. Look at that. Magic. Oh, yeah. Remember, you gotta lube your nuts. Your rods.
Yep.
Your hinges. This is Tim from TH3D telling you, lube your rods.
And your nuts.
And your nuts, apparently. So they don't get all backed up and stuck in holes.
Oh.
We call young German Shepherds wing nuts. Yeah, you guys are crazy. She gets, oh my god, when she gets the crazy, she is retarded. Just all over the fucking place. Yeah, you, what? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to rally you up. No, let's not do that. It's like 12:30.
Mm-hmm.
One day she was all... Anyways, let me wrap up the stream, then I'll chat with you guys. So, anybody, I'll be in Discord for another 10-15 minutes. I'm going to hit the hay around 1. It's 12:38 here now. So, everybody for stopping by. If you want a RepBox and go through all the stuff I just did, maybe I'll have better luck. I like this. I'm excited because this is going to go well with my palette too. And just as a filament storage box, it looks really nice. And it may sound shallow, but I don't know. It looks nice. It really does. Looks nice sitting next to a printer too. So, anyways, I will talk to you guys later and expect to see something for the palette 2 coming out. Probably going to be another live stream so you guys can watch me fumble with that, so that should be entertaining. What is going on in Discord?
That's my dog.
Oh, anyways, I'm going to wrap this stream up and I will talk to you guys later. Hope everybody had a good time. And as always, happy printing and lube your nuts.